All right. Here we go. Good morning, everyone. Everything should be working fine. Good morning, Puchigiri. Rainbow, please, indeed. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Everything should be looking fine. Good morning, pig. You are not first. You fool. Fuck indeed. Pig. Yeah, where'd I put it? Where'd I put the window? Here we go. Puchigiri. Pig D8. Yeah, if you type anything in chat, your name is going on the list for survivor names. Hmm. All right. Hmm. I know Karagi's planning some nonsense, but good morning, Madot, Pepega, Wanna. All right, you're on the list too. uh, so, hmm. I guess right now, let's see. It's been a minute. There we go. It has been almost 0 minutes. Yeah, everything's working fine. So, this is a very, very high quality. You saw me go live and then Karagi say, let's go raid someone? Oh no. It looks like I can wait a minute to explain everything. But, hmm. I forgot. I think I did turn the sound all the way off. Good morning, Power Nelson. You're going on the list too. There you go. Almost up to working together? No? No. uh, let me see. There we go. Configuration, sound. Yeah, I just have the main menu turned off. Alright, good morning, eGhost. There we go. Game volume all the way up. Now, the question is, how does this sound? Hopefully fantastic. I love the dice noises. I don't know what I'm gonna do for last names. I'll just take anime off my shelf or something. Sounds like dice. Based. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So, this is hmm, this is most of everything set up, and this is a decently thick rule book, and several decently thick, several thin expansion rule books, several decks. And it's a the physical edition of this is very hefty, but you get to see. There's my boy. There's my boy, the butcher. God, that's a lot of stuff. Yeah, no, Kingdom Death Monster is a very weighty board game. Uh, but this mod is very well produced. I don't know how to look up, but there is stuff. 102 pages of rules. Yes. No, it's not just rules. Let's see. I mean, I can actually check exactly how much of it is rules. Da, 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 da. Okay. There we go. The first 42 pages are rules, and then after that, or 85 pages, I mean. No, this is 200. This is like 200 pages because that's the double side, 2 pages per each, and then there's like a couple pages of glossary, appendix and whatnot, and other miscellaneous organs. So let's start a new campaign. I don't know if this will set everything up correctly for the timeline. Well, maybe. So let's make sure everything is correct, because we do want to use the community edition, and I know for certain that I want to use the Manhunter. There are rules for adding expansions in after the fact, so after starting a campaign, it's fine. The rules are a little bit lax, so maybe Lion God for fun. Nothing. No, we'll think about it. I don't have much experience with the good expansions because those ones cost more money. But yes. People's a Lantern default. Community edition for some good fixes. Good morning, Clockwork Legacy. Yeah, no, Flower Knight. Flower Knight is like the nicest looking expansion, but I've always heard it called one of the one of the lower quality ones, unfortunately, just because the details with the fight, uh, the infamous Vespertine bow being way too good for as soon as you can get it, and but it looks fucking good. In fact, well, let me just begin all of this. There we go. I can just open up the rulebook for the Flower Knight. Yeah. Let's see if we can get some good looking art. All I know is that the butcher guy looks kinda... Yeah. Yeah, the early expansion. Yeah. Let's see. We get all this nice art. Yeah, there's the Flower Knight. Look at that. Big sword. I mean, I can just pull out the model as well. Should be... right here. Come on. Now, hopefully my computer doesn't get too hot. Based. Yeah, Butcher's based. No, I need to... Yeah. The way that, the way that this stuff works. Based on Bury the Chopper ooh, painted. Yeah, this is interesting. I could have just rotated the model. Fuck. Look at this. Look at this. Based. However, we'll get to the butcher. Yeah, this is incredibly detailed for a mod. Like intricate. There's a lot going on. Okay. Yeah, the easiest way to show. Oh, yeah. I can do shit like this. I can go ahead and start. No, the only weird thing is the scrolling is horrible on this. For some reason. White Lion, Prologue, Begin Showdown. And it does all the work. If I was playing this physically, this would be hell. Good morning, Teru. Yeah, this is solo. Alright, you're getting put on the list as well. Alright. Yeah, well, no, not the... I don't think there's like a separate variant for playing solo. I guess while we're talking about the details of playing the game, you're on so many lists you don't care anymore? Based. Painting assembly, everything is a pain? Yeah. It's not... well, you want that to be the fun part, I guess, because you're gonna have to do a lot of it. I've only got one model that's primed, and it's not painted. Everything else is just gray. I don't want to think about it. Yeah, there's even UI for this. It's very, very well made. There's a lot of these note cards. Yes, good morning, welcome to the Kingdom Death Monster. When the first one released, they didn't have... no, you had, Vibrant Lantern was a godsend. It still is, if you want to put together your Phoenix. Yeah. The fucking Phoenix hands. No, I think I explained it, like, months ago. Yeah, no. I can just bring up the model. Yeah, this will probably load in everything. No. Yeah, it is. Still loading. I misspelled Phoenix. Okay. I don't know how to rotate along the other directions. But they're too small for the model. There's tons of little hands. There's like 20 hands here. Oh no, incoming. Oh no, she's coming. Oh no. And a cloaca with hands. It's one of those games. It's based. But nah. There's just like 20 hands that are like much like smaller than your fingernail, and or not fingernail, whatever. Yeah, yeah. It's just a pile of like puzzle pieces. Except you gotta glue them in. Why are you fighting a lion? Because this is the prologue. Ah, yeah. There we go. Uh, good morning, everyone. I hate to say it, but you're all being put on a list. By chatting in this chat, you have agreed to add your name to the survivor list. Uh, good morning, Mirkern. Good morning, Wood HPL. I mean, I guess you can say if you don't want to be on here, but good morning, V Templar. Oh, I misspelled it. Good morning, Mike Honey. Good morning, Bingo Congo Dango. But yes, you will likely have a little tiny virtual avatar that will die horribly, or get absolutely zero action. Good morning, Daishima VT. I have a notepad document, or a get it document, whatever, open right now. Good morning, Sir Ryu. Good morning. Oh, the Templar's already got. Good morning, Iwani-kun. Good morning, V30A4096. Good morning, Hag Groomer. Good morning, Bonira Puni. Good morning, Corpse Channel. What the? There we go. Good morning. Big Date's already on there. You'll die? Oh no. You might no, you could absolutely get just removed from existence. It happens. Let's see. Good morning, Junie. Hejiko. I might try population spiking if I get too many names. Okay, this game is very silly because it's not the most balanced thing. Let's see. Good morning, Amez LT. No, I misspelled that. And I almost missed Karagi. Karagi got in late. Good morning, Karagi channel. Let me save this just for good measure. All right. I've got 22 names, so yeah. If I do Survivor the Fittest, we'll be good for the rest of the game. How do you break this game over your knee? Population spiking, but that it requires explaining several mechanics. Stab corpse to death? No. Go back and just have her just removed from the timeline. The Phoenix is the nastiest monster, but yeah, this is Tabletop Simulator, so I can do. It's good. Wait, no, I have to reset. I have to set this up again. Damn it. The top card of the deck matters. Good morning, Sargener. You're going on the list. I'll set that up. I'll press the button again after I do a little bit of an introduction. So, Monster is a game about surviving in the darkness. You lose if your settlement's population reaches 0. You win if your settlement defeats the Gold Smoke Knight. You're already on a list? Oh no. Challenge the Watcher early? Yeah, year 1. The coffin shut. No. So, yeah, 1 to 4 players. There's a 5 to 6 player variant, which is just don't recommend at all. Don't. It's not balanced in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, it's weird. It's a cooperative game. We'll get into the mechanics of exactly how that works, but let's begin with the setting. So there's a nice little story bit here. Once upon a time, there was a place of carved stone faces. A man with a lantern lay sleeping a dreamless sleep. The man knew nothing. One day, the man woke up. He rubbed the dried ink caked over his eyes and opened them. Around him, he saw other people stirring, and beyond, a horizon of unbroken darkness. A woman approached the man with the lantern. Her soft hand reached out to him. They had no words. They were a mystery to each other. Suddenly, a monster emerged from the darkness. Its eyes wild with hunger, it attacked. The people were no match for the monster. It tore their flesh and crushed their bones between its teeth. Some it devoured whole. Overcome with terror and grief, the man with the lantern collapsed to the ground. Cold stone noses pushed into his side. There was no escape. But the man did not want to die. Desperately grasping at the cold stone faces, he felt a crack, and tore at it with all his might. A piece of stone came free. It was sharp and deadly. The man with the lantern scrambled to his feet, his weapon clenched in his fist. He took a deep breath and roared into the darkness. Somewhere in the place of stone faces, nameless men and women stand together. They have nothing but a need to survive and a lantern to light their struggle. There you go. Roll good for you? That's all you ask? No. You'll get all the ones. So, now we begin with the prologue. I have to set this up again, because the deck is actually a little bit organized. So, this mod is very nice. The miniatures are cute girls. Yeah, look up the pinups. So, I guess I can spoil the top card because this is always guaranteed. It does tell you. Oh yeah, I believe as well with the mod, it'll take your it'll take the rule book to the specific page for the monster. Twilight Knight is best girl. Savage Bone Eater. Rest in peace. So, let's see. It tells you right here. So, here's the most interesting part about Kingdom Death Monster. I guess the defining feature. So, instead of the monster having a pool of HP, hit points or whatever, it's got an AI deck, which are also its moves. So, to attack the monster, you do whatever, I'll explain later. You check on the hit locations, and if you wound, you take away the top card of the monster's AI deck. And once that's empty, and then you wound it once more, then the monster's dead. So there's a nice little layer of strategy in just like manipulating the AI deck, Rawhide Headband and all that. But I can let these cards go away. Yeah, this mod has a lot of neat features, like no, not that. There we go. Some of this menu is a bit wonky. So, let's go ahead and start naming survivors. Here's an interesting rule. Well, first of all, survival limit is 1 to start with. A neat little flavorful rule. Gonna buy tabletop sim next stream? It might be worth it for this. Yeah, buy the $400 board game instead. No. It was on sale. Burning to slay some monsters. Okay, so let's take a look at the list. First up was Puchigiri. So there is the official rule, $400. Yeah, it does go on sale every Black Friday, and some other times as well. It's got a lot of plastic. It is individually produced. There is a lot of plastic in there, a lot of model, and it's yeah. I can 100% recommend trying it out. So, I'm gonna alternate between male and female, just for fairness. This is a little bit of a slightly more difficult way to play the game. Sorry, pig. Put on the programming socks. Madot. I'll shorten the names a little bit. Just Just because I don't want to type 98,000. No, I'll go full username. Unless it actually causes a problem. And Power Nelson continuing the streak. But yeah, it is a video game. In fact, no, it is very video game. Whatever. All right. But yes, there is the official rule. When you name your survivor, that survivor gets one survival. That survival is your. It's one of the most important resources, I guess. You don't. It doesn't refresh unless the game tells you to. It's. We'll get into that. So, here's one of the important rules. The monster starts first. And there's the monster controller tile. It was inevitable. Femboy Nelson. Power Bottom Nelson. Anyways. So, let's go ahead and walk through a monster turn. So, normally you'd have multiple players. The monster controller tile does go through each survivor. So, this is actually important. So, if the monster controller targets their own survivor, that survivor gets one insanity. Which sounds like a bad thing, but that's actually a good thing. Insanity works as armor for the brain. We'll get into that once we start having to interact with damage. I'll talk about brain hurdy when that's relevant. Okay. So, this is a good enough setup. Who cares? Bam. So, the top card is Claw. So, you can see here, this is a very scripted, I guess. The monster runs by itself. You just have to make it make certain decisions. So, closest threat, anything that isn't. So if a survivor is knocked down, they're not a threat. Some other conditions will make them not a threat. Some conditions will make them a threat no matter what. Stuff like that. Basically, someone not knocked down. Facing anything. So, the monster facing does matter. Survivors don't actually have facing or blind spots or anything. Actually, I believe it'll tell me up here. Yes, right here. Oh, it does give you a thorough explanation of how this works. So, closest threat facing in range would be, so, lines pointed this way. Anyone in range of movement, anyone facing, and whatnot. So, basically how the targeting works. This is some serious shit. Oh yeah, no, it's not easy. Brain pain, just take some Tylenol. There's the opposite. There's the speed powder. I'll probably never use that. It's not very good. Closest threat in field of view. So there's a blind spot on the monster, and if every time, every targeting box or whatever will always end with the monster's instinct, which is detailed on here. So instinct for the white line is sniff. So basically that's if the targeting system breaks, and that can happen. Now, good morning, Nekarine. You're going on the list. Number 24. Let's see. How am I gonna mark this? Based. Okay. So, yeah, let's just go through the card. So, closest threat facing in range. All of these are equidistant, you know? And the mod does show you how far the monster can move, which is absolutely great. Are you allowing underground bets on who dies first? Absolutely. In fact, yeah, that's a good idea if I get... once I start getting channel points and whatnot, having bets on this kind of stuff would be a lot of fun. The better question is, who's going to be the sacrifice? Let's just have, unfortunately, Pichigiri being first is going to be the first monster controller. And I'll take that. I'll get that sweet 1 point of insanity. So, higher than 2. So if you have 3 or more insanity, you're considered insane. which is just a mechanical hook. Some stuff will say insane survivors or whatever, or while you're insane, you can't spend survival. While you're insane, take brain damage instead. I was rolling that for fun. Okay. So, move and attack. So, we already got the move. Turning to face the target is part of movement, which will be relevant. 3 Zimbabwean dollars on Poochie Dine based. So, speed is how many dice are rolled. Accuracy is the number that you need to roll in order to hit. And then, well, monsters have damage and survivors have strength. Okay. You're almost certainly going to survive, but... So, both of those are 2 or higher. Yeah, the monster accuracy is pretty rough right now. So, that's 2 hits. If this is both head, then... So, yeah, for the monster, instead of rolling to see if you wound, we're rolling to see where the damage is being applied. So... Poochie is taking 2 damage to the arms. Those are 2 separate hits. I could dodge one of those as well. So, here is where I'll talk about survival. So, survival doesn't come back too easily. Bite its eye out? Maybe. Fist and Tooth is 100% viable. In fact, it's very important. So, here we go. Here's the explanation of the survival actions. So, you may spend survival to perform the following survival actions. Right now, we only have dodge unlocked. So, dodge is just simply avoid the damage from a hit. I mean, this is actually fine. So, here's your HP mechanics. This is important. So, there's armor. Everyone starts out with cloth in the prologue. So, you got 1 armor on the waist. And then you've got your heavy and light injuries, and then severe injuries. So, 1 damage to the arms, we'll tick off this box. 1 damage to the arms, we'll tick off the heavy injury box. The light injury is just free HP, if you think about it that way. It's you have it naturally. You don't have that on your head location. You're very fragile. Yeah, it's an egg sitting on top of your shoulders. Good morning, Neznamis. You're getting put on the list. I don't speak Russian, but there we go. Now you're on the list of names to be put on. So when you take off the heavy injury box, which is also just natural HP, you get knocked over. So when you're knocked down, you can't act while you're knocked down. You get up at the end of the next monster turn, which is basically just a way to say it's the longest possible period of time, basically. It makes sense. Don't worry. Ding dong, the Poochie's dead. Good morning, Dr. McJones. You're going on the list. No, you're not dead. You're just knocked down. So the only thing you can do while you're knocked down is use survival to dodge. So that could end up being relevant. Did your respects? Okay. Hello. Let's see. Yeah, welcome to the good old Kingdom Death Monster. There we go. All right. Knocked down, both arms not on, still in the fight. Okay. I guess I should finish explaining the HP mechanics. So, now, if poor old Puchigiri takes any more damage to his arms, it could be... So let's say he takes 1 damage to the arms. You'll have to roll once on the severe injury table. Actually, let's just give an example right now, so we can see a simulation of this man dying, hopefully. 5. He would get a ruptured muscle. We'll wait until we see that in action to read it out loud. He would have survived, but he would have gained some bleeding tokens. Your muscles fucking ripped. No. But anyways, now the interesting thing, if for some reason this said 100 damage, and he took 1 hit to the arms, you'd still only have to roll once on the table. And let's see, what would he have gotten? A broken arm. Based. Now that I think about it, Yeah, there is some very silly interactions. Okay, no. Let's take a look. So, broken arm, dismembered arm. You can get the dismembered arm severe injury. You can record it twice. You can you can get both of your arms dismembered and then get your arm broken. There's some very silly stuff like that. In fact, if you have two dismembered arms, you can still fire arrows from a bow, but you cannot fire a bow. Well, if it ever comes up, it'll come up. It'll be hilarious. Don't worry about it. Well, anyways, that was the monster's turn, and a lot of explanation. So, the monster went through his whole AI card. It's fine. Still got feet. No, not the feet. So I'm gonna min-max a little bit because I can. Well, anyways, as this is the prologue fight, the top cards are only the top card. Everything else is random. Closer to DH2's crit table. Yeah, 10 plus. Yeah, the lower it gets. There are ways to modify this. Yeah, there is a fighting art which gives you +1 unless you roll a 1. But yeah, 1 and 2 is always death. On the head, 1 through 4 is death. So yeah, getting hit in the head is a kick to the head, whatever. Pig is in the best situation to do this. So the optimal play right now. So you start out with, for weapons, for your entire gear, you've got the cloth, which you were like born or made with or whatever, your fists and your teeth, and the founding stone, that little rock that the characters grabbed in the little prologue. These are actually very, very nice. So you can use your action during your turn. Oh yeah, you can take survivor turns in any order you want, but you have to finish the turn, and then that turn's over. You know? Yeah, Puchigiri's down. He won't have a turn this turn. So, yeah, you can start them in any order, but you have to follow through the whole turn, the movement and the action. So, the founding stone. You can use your action to just remove it from the game, to just flip the top card of the monster's hit location deck and cause a crit. So, we're gonna do that. Unfortunately, Pig will be the strongest woman in the settlement. Or fortunately. Is that what he wants? Well, anyways. So Pig's action will be that. You can move and then attack, or you can attack and then move. Or, well, use your action. Snoo Pig. Based. So, let's read through this. Actually, no. I'll read through it when it matters. So, we're just gonna crit this location because we used up one of our founding stones. You don't really get more of those. It's very rare. Should you use a random number generator for Pig's rolls instead of the dice? No. We don't need to roll for this. So, critical wounds, you cancel the reaction. We'll get into that. So, the strange hand. This lion. No, I can't get a good angle. It's got human hands. For some reason. Yeah, you can take a look. Now, there's some weird lore theories. Don't worry about it. We'll talk about the Silver City. Or not. So, hack off the monster's hand. Spend 1 survival to treasure this moment and gain +1 permanent strength. So. Wait, why does... I clicked something wrong on accident. Whoops. Yeah, everyone should be at 0 stats, and movement starts at 5. So yeah, you can move 5 spaces by default. Well, anyways. Oh yeah, this is a persistent injury, but this won't matter for this fight. Because the card that gets affected by this isn't actually in the Prologue Lion's deck. It'll make sense. We might get something like, at the start of the Lion's turn, roll a d10. If you roll a 1, then the Lion takes a wound. Stuff like that. So anyways, we'll have Pig spend his survival, or her survival, and gain 1 permanent strength. Well, we'll get into strength. instantly. The game clean up for you after the fight? Yes. It's beautiful. The mod does so much. Uh, hmm. Unfortunately, I think Pig will be the next. No. Da, 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 da. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, no, the mod is really helpful. It's very helpful. Uh, uh, I'm planning for the next monster turn, so I should explain the blind spot. So, blind spot is not considered in field of view. Just the space is directly behind the monster. Like one monster has a slightly different blind spot, but that's not relevant because I'm not gonna be playing with Spedicules. Fuck that. The Spedicules is silly. So, anyways, let's have Power Nelson, our man. Is he a man? No, our woman. Take a nice hit here. So, let's go ahead and look through. Let's check out. Let's use Fist and Tooth. So, you can see here, and as well on the left side. It just keeps happening, bros. Sorry, not sorry. So, I believe it does explain the rulebook, but I can do it right now. So left side, yeah, you can see the little lightning bolt. That means it takes an action to use it. Whatever. I don't know if anything actually has a different symbol there. Some items do have the keyword cumbersome based. Oh yeah, no, he's getting feminized 100% of the time. No, so 2 speed. So we roll 2 dice to see if it hits. 8 plus for accuracy. So any of those dice that roll 8 or higher, don't worry about it. Any of those dice that roll 8 or higher count as hits, and then you draw a hit location card for each of those or whatever, and then 0 strength. So you don't add any strength to your rolls. So we'll see that. We'll see that in action. And then deadly. So you get 1 more luck. I'll point out when that actually changes things. It probably will. So let's just go for it. So Power Nelson, rolling 2. So a Lantern 10 on your attack roll is considered a perfect hit. That doesn't do anything unless something does something with it. There are simply weapons that are just like, oh, if you get a perfect hit, you gain 1 survival, which is very nice, but the weapon sucks. It's the bone dagger. We might see it. We might not. So that's 1 over 8. 1 dice that rolled 8 or above. So the beast's back. Oh, that sucks. So now we have to roll to wound it. Let's see. Yeah, it has the toughness on here. So you have to roll higher than the monster's toughness. Your strength adds to this. So this is basically your AC. There's basically 2 AC checks. You know, if you played the old D&D, it's a bit silly, but this one's much more important because there'll be reactions like this. So the little R means reaction. Failure means if this hit doesn't work. Yeah, strength plus dice versus toughness. So with 0 strength, it's just raw, whatever. Easier than fucking Warhammer to hit. Well, you also have accuracy. So you have to hit, and then you have to wound. And you've got 2 separate numbers for those. It's a bit silly. We'll see the optimal strategy, and it's called Zanbato. So, let's hope we don't get that failure. We could crit. So because fist and teeth, because you're fighting with your fist and your teeth, that's deadly. You get +1 luck. On the little menu over here, it does show. So fist and tooth on it's all the same for everyone right now. It's exactly Warhammer to hit 2 wound, shake off wounds if you have some weird trait. Yeah. A little bit of this game is apparently based on Warhammer Quest. Where's your gun? There is a gun. There is 1 gun in this game. I did. Yeah, I am using the Manhunter expansion, 100%. We could get the gun. Death Pact. It's got one bullet in it. It does the exact same thing as the Founding Stone. Once per campaign, you can just automatically crit. It doesn't get archived, but the thing about the gun, it doesn't you can't attack with it. It's just got that one bullet in it. But at the start of every turn, you gain one survival, and it's fucking fantastic. It's incredible. You get that for like beating the level 4 Manhunter, and monsters normally go up to level 3, but the Manhunter is a little bit weird. Yeah, it's straightforward instead of weird toughness table. Oh yeah, no, it's just check. So, okay, let's get into it. So let's see if our poor Poochie gets fucked. He might lose an arm right now, actually. 8. So if we rolled a 9, so normally only a Lantern 10 would crit. I'm not gonna get into the weird like negative luck crit nonsense, whatever. So, but that's still a wound. That's 6 or higher. So if we critted, this would have been actually very nice. But that's a hell of a lot better than a failure. So here's how the monster's HP works. There you go. One card from the AI deck out. But yeah, the optimal strategy is actually to just use Fist and Tooth. Except for that one flinging of the Founding Stone. To just use Fist and Tooth for this fight, so you get more crits, and therefore more resources. So let's go ahead and move Power Nelson right over here. Actually, let's go ahead and is Madot? No, Madot's a dude. Let's go ahead and fix these colors. Here we go. Now Power Nelson looks as beautiful as he should. Okay. So that's his turn down, or that's her turn down. So now Madot, I would like to. I didn't do it. It's your fault for chatting fourth. So, Madot, go into the blind zone. Oh fuck. So in the blind spot, you get +1 accuracy. Why is everyone a woman? Only this is 50%. This is 50%. That's average. That's he showed Power Nelson's body. No. So a 10 and a 5. That's only one hit. So Fleshy Gut. So if we fail, we'll get basic actioned. Every monster has a basic action, and it's usually the most vanilla like attack possible. That depending. Congrats on the 3D debut, Nelson. Oh no. He's got Bobas. Nice. 7. So that is a wound. We're doing well so far. So we could draw the worst card in the deck. The crit on this one is pretty good. If we debut this 3D, oh no. Hey, put that back. Put your you misspelled deck. Put your Yu-Gi-Oh deck back in your what are they called? Like I never was into Yu-Gi-Oh. Whatever. So there's also a nice feature like this for next turn. So Poochie is still knocked down. He'll get up at the end of this round. Yeah. But he's knocked down for this, which is usually actually pretty good because almost all things will say like, oh, this says closest survivor for basic action. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Ah, fuck. So this is a mood card. This is basically like if you played Magic, like an enchantment or an artifact. It stays out in play. So when it comes into play, draw an AI card. While it is in play, the White Lion gains +1 damage token per monster level. The Prologue one counts as level 1. So... And then when a survivor suffers any dismembered severe injury or is killed, discard it. Okay. Well, let me go ahead and grab a damage token. I believe. There we go. Here's another nice thing about the mod. Bam. You can see the damage right there. Higher level monsters will start with more damage tokens and whatnot, so this is very nice. But yes, Poochigiri, yeah, closest threat, Puchigiri is fine. Power Nelson is not fine. And this, oh no. So, closest threat, facing in range, handily are Mrs. Power Nelson. So, speed 1, accuracy 2, 1 damage. Now, 2 damage. But, whatever. And then, after hit, it's got a little trigger on it. So, this attack will always hit the head. Come on, Miss Nelson. Score some fucking... So, unless this rolls a 1, we'll have to interact with the dodge. Okay. So, this would be 2 damage to the head. Which would be the heavy injury, and there's no more armor to soak up the damage. So this would be a roll on the 1 in 4 you're fucking dead table. So, no. Here comes the gender swap art. It already happened. I thought you knew. So, let's go ahead and interact with our dodge. So, Mrs. Power Nelson will dodge. You can use your each survival action once per round. It usually won't come into... It'll matter later, but for now, we won't need to. We won't need to worry about that. So, instead of just getting chomped on, I'm just gonna dodge that. But now, Mrs. Power Nelson has no survival, therefore, something like that happens again. You just have to raw dog it, you know? Well, anyways. Now, Survivor's turn again. Oh, and end of the turn. Puchigiri is back up. Good morning, Noodles. Welcome to the list. Alright. You're number 27 on the Survivor list. Wicker bag? Oh yeah. Let's go. But yes, welcome to the Kingdom Death Monster Prologue. So if you snipe the last hit, you get all the loot, right? No. If you snipe the last hit on the Kingsman, you get the ultimate loot. The list on the list of names for characters. Thought you knew. Yeah, you want to snipe the last hit on the Kingsman to get the... Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, man, fuck the Kingsman. Okay. So... Let's see. Kill the giant cat, Puchi. Anyone that we want to go first? Well, who do we want to be the target? Madot is fine. We want to get everyone out of the... directly in front of the monster. Because, as you saw, a failure on this location will make them move forward and then just deal like 1 damage to a random location to everyone in front of them. Roll to E-Ghost. No. Please, no. Yeah, I can talk about egg surgeons like that. They did surgery on an egg? No. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nah, there's no way to get within range to deal damage, so we'll just walk over here. And Power Nelson will sit at the side of the cat and go for it. Eating ghosts like spaghetti. Based. We'll go with Fist and Tooth again. Does E-Ghost have calories? Favorite food is egg followed by dogs. Have you ever had a dog egg before? No. Well, anyways, that attack with Fist and Teeth, 1 and 4 are both individually lower than 8, so no dice. Glass pizza. Excuse me? Yeah, I think we'll have Mada tank this round. So let's have Pig. Yeah, let's have Pig go in with the Fist and Teeth. Mrs. Pig D8 already threw her founding stone, so Fist and Tooth is the only option. It's worth about 80 calories of boiled. Huh. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. So that's 1 hit. No pepperoni. No. So we managed to hit the beast's brow from behind. Interesting. So this one's a bit weird because if we get a wound, we'll trigger a reaction. A not very good one. Okay, interesting point. Yeah, an attacking survivor cannot use survival actions, so that might come up. We cannot dodge this hit if we get... Okay, well, there we go. Fist and Tooth is deadly, so we get +1 luck. So, yeah, luck increases your crit range is the simplest way to explain it. So, that is a crit. Normally it's only 10s, but 9s because we're going hard. So, the white line's vision is impaired, -1 accuracy token. So now all those hits that, oh, this doesn't go into the old, like, trait mood kind of area. This does get shuffled back in the deck. In fact, we will probably see it get shuffled back in once we show the trap card. There we go. So yeah, now something like the basic attack will hit on a 3 and up. So, I mean, that's like double the chance of it missing. That's nice. Oh yeah, and that is a wound. We've got 4 left. Well, 5. Alright, so... Oh yeah, I already took a turn with Nelson. No. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of neat features like this. You can actually hide weapons and gear and whatnot from the little battle menu here, and you can show them like that. But that's not too relevant yet. I mean, I could just hide the founding stones if we're gonna go full farm. So now we'll have Puchigiri take a turn. So the reason why I'm taking Maodat's turn last is because if we get a reaction where the lion will like move forward or something, then we can have Maudat go ahead, go in the back, and attack from the blind spot, which would just be better than nothing, rather than attacking now and then attack whatever. Maudat's the sacrificial lamb this round, yes. So Puchigiri, Fist and Tooth, any 7 and up. So that's 2 hits. Because we're in the blind spot, +1 accuracy. Alright. So when you have multiple, you get to choose the order. So, priority target token is interesting. Knockdown is interesting. Moving 1 away will cancel all hits. And minus accuracy is interesting. Alright. Well, let's go in this order and explain what happens. So, let's try to wound the beast's flank. So, 6 and up? No. So we don't get the reaction, and no critical wound effect. So, nothing actually happens. The priority target token, I can explain extremely simply. In fact, the little picture here shows it exactly. Instead of picking a target, you get whoever has the priority target token will get picked, and the priority target token will get removed. So basically, next action, instead of following that list of stuff to do, it'll just target whoever has the token. Well, anyways, let's try to wound this location now. Alright. A 4 is a failure. WTF? Yeah, sorry. You messed up. So... Yeah. The white lion jumps back. Without turning, move the monster 1 space directly away from the attacker. Cancel all unresolved hits out of range. So if we did that first, and then failed, then we wouldn't have gotten a shot at this one. So, that's why I chose that order. And now... Well, here's the thing. Okay. Yeah. Nelson can take a hit. He's fine. I hate to say it. No, I love to say it. The optimal strategy, like the best case scenario is to have 1 survivor die during the prologue. Because you'll get your... we'll see what happens. Push them away from hitting you. Yeah. So, that's 1 hit with Fist and Tooth. Narrator, Nelson died. Scapular deltoid. So, let's see if we get the failure. Nelson. So, now Nelson will probably survive. No, you're not dead yet. Have I played Slay the Spire? Yeah, it's a good game. Not on stream. I might. So, Full moves in a straight line. Cancel all hits now out of range. Any survivors passed over suffer grab. So, there is one other monster with grab, but we'll see that when it happens. So, no one's getting grabbed. So he just goes straight. And that's everyone's turn. Bay would beat it on Ascension 20 off stream to play it on stream. No. No, I take all the L's. So now Madot is the monster controller. Alright, well, let's see what the next card is. Grasp. Closest knocked down survivor in range. No one is knocked down, so that first little pick thing is out. And then closest survivor in range. So both Nelson and Madot are in range. So I'm gonna pick Madot because he's still got survival. And he's the monster controller, so he gets 1 insanity. So let's see. Speed 1. This is 2 damage. Accuracy 3 and up. See, I'm thinking about the modifiers. So this is a 1 or 2, it's a miss. Nope. So that would be 2 damage, 2. I'm probably gonna dodge this. Failed the sanity loss roll. No. Getting insanity is very good. It's very important. So that would be 2 to the arms. We could dodge this, which might be the best option. Yeah, because then the white lion is going to move like this. And then no one is going to be able to deal any damage for 1 round. And it'll be very embarrassing. And that'll also knock down Madot. So let's go ahead and spend Madot's survival. How do you slay the spire? Remove cards. Nah. Whatever. That is a good strategy. Speaking of removing cards, we're gonna be doing that this turn. Push it over. Based. Who still has survival? Puchigiri is actually the tankiest out of everyone, just for that fact. So, well, this kind of sucks. Everyone's already in front of the monster. Arms too weak. Knees are heavy. Spaghetti on your vomit already. Slay the spire. Okay. So, let's go ahead and Fist and Tooth Madot. Yeah, exactly. So, 1 hit. Vomit on the spaghetti already. Yeah. Soft belly. So, ooh, here's the nice thing about this. You can see under critical wound, gain 1 random white lion resource. That's what we want. Just feeling a little tired. No. A 1. So nothing happens. Sure you're tanky? Yeah. No, I'm certain. Positive. And now Nelson can go ahead and get in on that white lion blind spot. You know what I'm saying? So that is 2 hits. Alright, no trap card yet. So, basic action or nothing. Here's everyone's favorite hit location, the fuzzy groin. We'll go ahead and go with that one first. Mrs. Power Nelson is going for it. One shy of the crit. I'm gonna read it off anyways. But yeah, you hit the monster right in the ding dong. So if you crit, you get the lion testes resource. Yo, your mom is in this? No, your mom. And then persistent injury destroys the white lion's healthy genitals. The monster is livid. The white lion gains +1 damage token. The attacker permanently gains the priority target token. The white lion will attack them until the attacker is dead, or the white lion is dead. No exceptions. So if you get the crit, it's a fun time. That is actually very good because now you know that survivor's going to get targeted, so everyone else can do whatever the hell they want. Well, anyways, that's just a wound. There we go. And now the tricep. Did she bite it off? No. Yeah, he just got hit in the ding dong. Nothing No permanent damage. We're fine. And a failure. So, perform basic action. Target the attacker. Oh, I guess they changed this a little bit. So normally the White Lion AI card like this, the backside would be the basic action. But this is fine. The Tessie is a good resource. You can actually make a very interesting item. Which actually can be incredibly good. But still, it's just a resource, which is fantastic. This early on, one extra resource is fucking perfect. Anything extra is fantastic. That's one extra monster grease. We'll see that. We'll see that in action. So, basic action. Speed 2, accuracy 3 and up, 2 damage. After modifiers. Oh yeah. The White Lion will turn to face. I'll try magging him here, but you're yanking skirts off? No. You bastard. So, Mrs. Power Nelson is on the ropes. Likely. So, 2 damage to the head and the body. Alright, let's do the body first. Knocked over. And then to the head. So, that one severe injury table still got 1 damage left over, so that's onto the severe injury table. Just collect the testes after the fight. We might get them. We'll see. We'll see how the loot drops work. All right. Mrs. Power Nelson. Oh, nice. Oh, shit. That's not too bad. Okay. Concussion. Your brain is scrambled like an egg. Gain a random disorder. Gain 1 bleeding token. Wait, grab his dick. It's a classic. So here's one way to die. Either roll poorly on the severe injury table, or get 5 bleeding tokens. Yeah, that's a great video. Just some dude in the stadium stands just yelling, "Grab his dick and twist it," and that almost happened. That almost happened in this. Well, anyways, Power Nelson is walking away from the wrestling match with only a concussion. So let's explain fighting arts and disorders. So, fighting arts and disorders are basically the same thing, but positive and negative with different names. So let's shuffle disorders and get a random one. And reset that. So, hemophobia. So, now, Mrs. Power Nelson, you just gave me to have it? Yeah, probably. The mere sight of blood makes you lightheaded, and serious gore can knock you out. So, during the showdown, whenever a survivor, including you, gains a bleeding token, you're knocked down. So, there we go. So yeah, you can have 3 disorders. If you get any more than 3, sounds terrible. Yeah, they're all bad. There's like 2 good disorders, at least in the base game. Quixotic, like, Don Quixotic, and Immortal. Immortal's a ton of fun. I hope I can get some crazy Immortal Survivor, and that'll be a lot of fun. There's the old Dick Plus video. That dude looks like absolutely wasted. Oh yeah, I might as well write in year 0, because you can write in little notes on your characters. I do like doing that, so you know who's founder. I do like knowing how long the survivors have been around. Oh yeah, Dodge is absolutely back on the table. Founder. All right. So somehow Power Nelson survived. A little shaken in the brain to show for it. So we had Madot and Puchigiri take turns. No, not Puchigiri. I mean Nelson. All right. You're a survivor. Yeah, you will survive. All right. Let's go with Pig, because Pig has big damage. So there we go. 2 hits. There it is. The trap card. Clever ploy. I might as well explain this because we just saw it. They'll skip your double gat turn. We'll see. So impervious locations, you can't wound it, no matter what. But they'll usually have something like this, like something nice for getting a crit or some sort of reaction, whatever. But sorry, pig. So whenever you draw the trap, you reshuffle the entire hit location in. But first, the attacker is caught in the White Lion's ruse and is savagely mauled. The attacker is doomed. Doomed is, okay, this has actually been errated. And doomed is you cannot take any action at all. There used to be some silly stuff. You gonna go to bed? Okay, I'll make sure you die. anyways. So, attacker is doomed. Perform basic action, target the attacker. So, yeah. Basic action, 2 speed, 3 and up, whatever. We'll see if pig dies. Ooh, only 1 hit. To the body. So pig is gonna get knocked down. There we go. Yep, light and heavy injury boxes are ticked off. Yeah, have a good night, Power Nelson. Don't let the bed bugs bite. There we go. And now, oh, come on. There we go. Can you join? Yeah, you're 27th on the list. Or join them in bed. I can't answer that one. Shotty to the body, you might miss Christmas. What? What? Anyways. Fujigiri, get the fist and tooth. No hits. Alright, next monster turn. I can start moving a little bit faster now that we've explained most of everything. So, AI discard pile. Oops. There we go. So, no cards left in the deck, so we shuffle the discard back in. And top card, Claw. Closest threat, facing in range. Pig is not a threat because he's knocked down. Puchigiri is the only target. So, same exact attack profile as the basic action. Alright, so that is 2 hits. So, yeah, you can see here the enraged is making this a little bit more difficult. Double what the fuck? Alright, let's see. 2 to the head, ooh, and to the waist. Well, you still got that 1 survival, so... And, yeah, everyone's got the cloth, so that's 1 armor to the waist. So, dodge the hit to the head. And the waist, so, 1 armor, and then 1 damage left, so there you go. Not even knocked down. See, I told you we were the tank. So, there we go. End of the turn. Whoops. Wrong button. I tried to... rolling the survivors like dice. Interesting. Poochie's naked now. No. Oh yeah, let's shuffle the deck again, just in case. There we go. So. I do want to take Puchigiri out of the little line of fire. And we'll attack with him first. And he's got the lowest chance of drawing the trap card right now. So, 8 and up. 1 hit. Alright, Beast Temple. Basic action on a failure. Let's watch Puchigiri die. Yep. Alright, sorry Puchi. Basic action. No, not AI card. So, 2 speed, 2 and up. Alright, whatever, 3 and up hits. That's 2 hits. Alright. 2 damage to the body, 2 damage to the waist. So, heavy injury box is ticked off. And heavy injury and 1 severe injury roll. That was on the waist, right? You might get your D T'd. Yep, 6. Destroyed genitals. You cannot be nominated for the Intimacy Story event. This injury is permanent and can be recorded once. Gain a random disorder. You are knocked down. Gazing upwards, you wonder at the futility of your struggle. Gain 3 insanity. Gain 1 bleeding token. I'm sorry, bro. That's just how it goes. Alright, sorry, Poochie. So... 1 bleed token. Free insanity. He's insane now. Give me the line. There's a lot of dick punch. This is very grim dark, but also a little grim derp, as the kids say. All right. Where are the severe injuries kept? There we go. So, destroy genitals. There we go. Now, where is he? All right. Calm down, Poochie. Don't get Ding Dong's gone. Can't have shit in Monster Detroit. Let's go. Yeah, let's see it. Let's see if we can get revenge for Poochie. Now, what else? Yes, the random disorder as well. Here we go. Shuffle it. Prey. You are prey. All there is for you is death. You may not spend survival unless you are insane. This sucks. But you're insane, but you have no survival, so it really doesn't actually change anything until later, when you'll be much less useful. Well, anyways, that was Poochie's turn. This game is very slow at times, and then very tense at other times. It's a bit silly. Let's see. We can have Power Nelson take his turn, move over like there. Madot take his turn, move over there. And then Pig take his turn and move to the blind spot and then attack. So let's optimize the hell out of everything. Although maybe moving Pig out of the way would be better, so he doesn't get grabbed. Yeah. All right, Pig. Out of facing. Now, good morning, Clavio. Big bag. Yeah. Welcome to the list. You are number 28 in line for survivor names. We'll get more survivors like as soon as this fight ends. So, Pig attacking with Fist and Tooth. Oh, yeah, welcome to Kingdom Death Monster. It's a ton of fun. Hell yeah. So, an 8 and up is a hit. So, 1. Let's see. The ribs. We haven't even had anything interacting with understanding yet. It's basically like a little stat that ticks up as stuff happens. Well, so this is basically just a regular location. Let's see what happens. 7, that's just a wound. Nothing too special. Yeah, Enraged is still sitting around in play, which sucks. Okay, so now... Any particular order to these? Yeah, I guess Nelson can go first. Alright, Fist and Tooth, 7 and up. 1 hit, okay. Straining Neck. This one's fun. So, you strike at the monster's throat. Let's see what happens. We are using Fist and Tooth, so this is lucky. Ah, damn it. If we got a crit, this one's very fun. If you get a crit, you roll 1d10 on the table below. 1 to 9, the monster's knocked down. Fantastic. So, if you roll a 10 or higher for some reason, I don't know what can even affect that. But if you roll a 10 or higher, the monster cannot breathe. It dies at the end of the next monster turn. It's already too late. We rolled a 2. We didn't even crit. But if you roll a 10 and then another 10, the monster's just fucking dead at the end of the turn. It's fantastic. There's another one like that too. That wasn't even a wound. Alright, so that's Nelson. Sorry, Nelson. You didn't do it. You didn't get there. Alright, and now Madot's turn. Alright. 1 hit. No, wrong deck. Alright, Beast's back. So this is a 50% chance. There we go. An 8 is not a crit, but it is a wound. I haven't gotten as many crits as I would have liked to. Well, So we don't have to deal with that failure reaction, which is fantastic. But we still do the damage. Alright, and that was everyone's turn. So now the monsters... Oh, baby, we're only at 1 AI card. Nice. But it's a little bit annoying. Well, that's fine. Alright, boys. Next turn. Now, let's see. Poochie's the controller. All right. Let's shuffle the AI deck. It's only one card. We're almost there. So, closest threat facing in range. This is actually no one. Poochigiri is not a threat because he's knocked down. Now, good morning, Spooky Snip. Look at this game from Wrinkled Brains. Welcome to the list. You are 29th in line for survivor names. The no one. Yeah, no. This game's fun. The game for Wrinkly Brains. By Wrinkly. No. No, there's a lot of silly stuff. Well, we haven't seen any of the crazy, like, the crazy rulings. Maybe I'll get into one of my favorite rulings when I've got time. But yes. So, closest threat in field of view. These characters are in the blind spot, so they are not in the field of view. That's like the only place that isn't right now. So, pig. You're getting swatted at. Clawed at. Ooh, only one hit. Because minus accuracy, so 2 damage to the head. Uh-oh. Alright, let's see. Head explosion. Your head erupts in a shower of gore, killing you instantly. All other survivors are so disturbed that they lose 1 survival. No one has any survival, but Pig is fucking dead. But Pig had the 1 strength. No. There we go. 07. GG Nari. Fucking rip. Alright. Pig is dead. There we go. Let's just throw the board back to the settlement as well. Too bad Pig was female. It took the genitals. You can't just put them back on like that. Doesn't work that well. That was the monster turn. Yes. Alright, goodbye, Pig. Society will miss you. Alright. Now, Poochie gets back up. There are only two females and 1 male alive. What? Now there's, yeah. No, there's 2 dudes and 1 girl. Nelson is obviously the female. Anyways. Yeah. Well, that was optimal. But now, this gets discarded. So, yeah. Survivor died. Now, that damage token is gone. Poochie's not a male anymore. Rip. Rest in peace, Poochie. Poochie's manhood. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, Survivor turn. Let's see if Poochie can get revenge for the old DT. Alright. 2 hits. Alright, just draw the trap card. Yeah, fuck. What was the other one? Okay. So, sorry, Poochie. Alright. This isn't as bad anymore. That's only 1 hit. And this is only 1 damage now. Now that Enraged is gone. 1 damage to the head. Ah, fuck. Poochie can take it. Poochie can take it. Oh yeah, and Lion turns to face. So yeah, that's fine. That's not that bad, actually. Congrats. You didn't get murked. No, come on. No. Alright. So, that's Poochie's turn. Madot. Come on. 1 hit. Alright. So, the flank. Madot could get the priority target token. Could be important. Who knows? Alright. Hopefully a crit. Still no crits. Getting knocked down would have been fantastic. So, nothing happened. Alright. Mrs. Power Nelson. All right. One hit. Because yeah, from the blind spot, +1 accuracy, so a 7 and up will hit. Fuzzy groin. Oh baby, the double. DT, DT. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Fuck. It was a 2 last time, wasn't it? No, I think it was a wound last time. Damn. Well, that's everyone's turns. So, next turn. The, so he could draw Enrage again, which would suck. Well, actually, I believe... We'll see what happens. Oh yeah, there's no pig. So instead, goes one now. Claw, closest threat facing Enrage. No threats facing, because Puchigiri is knocked down. Not a threat. Closest threat, oops. I pressed the camera reset. Closest threat in field of view. Puchi's not a threat. Nelson and Madot are in the blind spot, so not in field of view. So, we'll actually get to see the instinct this time. So, sniff. The white lion sniffs the air and ends its turn. Until the end of the next round, all survivors are now threats, despite any effects that say otherwise. And if the lion's like level 3, it gets an inaccuracy token for the rest of the fight. But that doesn't matter. So, now, if someone's knocked down next turn, they will be a threat, and they will get attacked. Probably. Alright, so, safety first. Puchigiri, just go over here. Alright. There we go. Attack with Fist and Tooth. One hit. Alright, Beast's Heel. You clip the tensed muscles of the heel. Alright, let's see. Just get a crit. Come on. You son of a... Nothing. Puchigiri. Disappointed. Whatever. Madot's actually the tankiest, surprisingly. Let's go with Nelson first. Alright. One hit. You fucking take like 20 hits, shut up. Lost his honor and his other honor, can't catch a break. This wasn't the same after the biggest yab of them all. Alright, let's see if the cat's gonna run away. Crit, let's fucking go. Yeah, this isn't... I wish I would have gotten a resource out of this. Well, now I'm just looking at Gift Horse in the mouth. With Gift Lion in the paw. So, -1 accuracy token, and we don't have to deal with the reaction. There we go. So, this was the enraged mood, which is good. That's good. That's good that I got the wound in. I was actually considering, just for the sake of entertainment value, of throwing a Founding Stone with Madot, just so that we wouldn't have to deal with enraged. So, let's see. And then... Yeah, that was... Wait, no, that was Madot. I was gonna throw Nelson. Whatever. So, move him here so he's facing, so he'll get targeted instead of someone else. Now, Nelson will... Wait, no, that was Nelson. Yeah, because then I was gonna move with Madot. Don't worry, this only matters for my brain. This doesn't matter. Too much for turn order. Alright, Nelson. One hit. Beast's Ear. The reaction isn't that bad. No basic attack, so whatever happens, we should be fine. 2. Okay, nothing. Alright. And then... Wait, no, that was Madot. Yeah. And then move. There, like that. Okay. Okay. Now it's Nelson's turn. Must inflict CBD. He's tough. We're very close to the end of the fight. Oh yeah, I won't need this damage token anymore. Alright. And that's gone in the discard pile. So, only one AI card left. Claw. Closest threat facing in range. That's Madot. Now... I accidentally deleted the dice. I do like the white dice as well. They're easy to read. So, hopefully we'll get the CBT by the end of this. Alright, so... 2 hit. Wait. Didn't I? What did I crit on? I crit on this. I forgot about the minus accuracy token. That actually matters. Because now a 3 won't hit. There we go. So, 1 hit. 1 damage to the body on Madot. Nice. So yeah, now we're in a better position now that we've got the that enraged gone. And now survivor turn. All right. Madot's in the best position to move and attack. Oh, there's the dice. They blend in very well. So, 1 hit. All right. Scapular deltoid. Puchigiri might get killed by this if this is a failure. Madot almost made it unscathed. Almost. Maybe I should have moved with Pucci first. Let's fucking go. -1 movement. I haven't gotten any resources out of this. Damn. All right. The trauma of the impact fractures the White Lion's shoulder. White Lion gains -1 movement token. And now there's no AI cards left at all. Dice noise is based. So that wasn't your shoulder. No, you're good. So now when the White Lion would draw an AI card, it'll perform basic action. We have to deal 1 more wound, and then he's dead. Just fucking dead. Okay. -1 movement. We're close. We're very close. Yeah, now you can see. This actually does affect the little thing there. It's a very well-produced mod. Okay, let's go ahead, go over there, and attack Puchigiri. Come on. No hits. Power Nelson. Let's check this. Closest survivor in field of view. So that would be Pucci. Surprised the mod isn't lagging the game for how much it's doing. It is taking some breaks. Let's just put Power Nelson in now. Let's go for the kill. Fuck it. Pucci can take another round. 1 hit. There we go. The femur. The blow lands on the monster's leg. Alright, boys. Just crit for this, just for fun. Fuck. A 2. We would have gotten a random resource, too. Okay. Monster turn. Let's go. Pucci gets 1 insanity for this, at least, for being targeted. So yeah, closest survivor, field of view, in range. Poor Pucci. 1 hit. 1 damage to the... Come on, roll legs. Arms. Pucci. No, get a line. No. There's still a chance. Alright, arms, arms, arms. A 6. Contracture. The arm will never be the same. Suffer -1 permanent accuracy. This injury is permanent and can be recorded multiple times. Gain 1 bleeding token. So, I don't think anyone's gonna die of bleed. But... Alright. So... Contracture. You don't need to hit anyway? Based. There is... Well, in the vanilla game, this is Community Edition. Someone had... Yeah. Mrs. Power Nelson has hemophobia. And Puchigiri has the prey disorder. We'll see. But he survived. -1 accuracy for it, but... So yeah, there is a weapon called the counterweighted axe. So I mentioned perfect hits before. So there's a cheese, a very infamous, very powerful, very stupid cheese, where Pucci is never the same line. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Let's finish this very quickly. Oh yeah, and wait, knocked down? No, yeah. Does he get knocked down from a contracture? I don't believe so. Okay. Wow. Oh yeah, Nelson does get knocked down. You're right. You're right. Holy fuck. I'm a fool. I forgot. I thought you were just bullying Nelson. Thank you. Matt, your internet died? You did not die yet, though, somehow. You're, actually doing the best out of everyone here in terms of damage. You did not die to death. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, Poochie. Do it. You're not unscathed. You've taken 1 damage. So that's 2 hits. Come on, draw the trap card or something funny. Damn it. Straining neck and the ribs. Let's go for the neck. Well, actually... Yeah, unfortunately the neck is the best. Well, either way, if we wound, it'll die. We won't get any resources out of either of these, unfortunately. Too easy. Well, that was a crit. Okay. Let's check if we would have crushed the lion's windpipe. No. It would have been knocked down, but it's fucking dead. Let's go. So, I believe it does explain in here. There we go. Yeah, victorious. Alright. So yeah, let's read off of this. By scavenging the monster's corpse, the survivors earn resources. This is in addition to any resources earned from critical wounds during the showdown. So, shuffle the white lion resources and draw 4, and same for basic resources. Wake me up when there's a gender swap potion or something. Oh no. Place all the resources face up on the table. If players lost their survivor in the first story, they can create new survivors. Gear and resources are not lost. No. Yeah, and now it's time for the settlement stuff. So anyways, White Lion is killed, remaining survivors are victorious. In the aftermath, players should fill the first unfilled box in the hunt XP. So, well, we'll get around with this. Let's draw the resources first. This is the most fun. Gender swap coffin, based. The classic Dark Souls 2. We got the nuts. Great cat bones. Great cat bones. Great cat bones. Nice. Organ. Scrap. Useless for now. Love juice. Based. And bone. 0 hide. Oh, fuck. This sucks. We did not get any hide at all. This is going to be interesting, to say the least. So, the first year... Okay. First year is actually the hardest. Got the balls, though. Yeah, we'll see. Clean up hunt. Showdown. Clean up showdown. There you go. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Yeah, time to ship someone with Power Nelly. Anyways. There's all our resources. So... this will walk us through the settlement. So, after they defeat the lion, the survivors wander the darkness, drawn to a soft glow blooming on the horizon. The first story settlement phase, players create the settlement they will return to in every subsequent settlement phase. Steps are detailed. Alright. So... these are our returning survivors. Not this one. This one's dead. Let's go and put these over in storage. No. There we go. Wait, no, not the fist and tooth. You can't have that. No. Cloth. Alright. So... let's check the timeline. There we go. So, normally you draw a random settlement event, but... actually, it might detail that in our first day. Actually, oh yeah, you can just click it right from here. Returning survivors. Okay. So first, all right. Here's the steps. Set it up. Survivors return. You actually don't heal yet. It's silly. There's nonsense. gain endeavors. So endeavors are your resource for the settlement phase. Now this is like uh I don't know what to compare them to, but you get one endeavor per returning survivor. You can get more from other things, but for now, we'll just get 3. Alright. And then we'll update the timeline. So, draw a settlement card and resolve it. You actually need a big-ass table for that? Yeah, no, you just do the settlement phase on top of this. No, this game takes up a whole table. It's great. Kingdom Death box is the size of like a Foot Locker. Oh yeah, no, it's great. It's beautiful. All right. So, oh yeah, first we have to do this. So this will help you set up your settlement. This is the first event of any new campaign. So the survivors wander, drawn to a blooming light in the distance. They find the serene comfort of a towering pile of lanterns and a small collection of scared people. On a deep instinctual level, they know this area is safe and they make it their home. Roll 1d10 to determine your starting population and record the result on the back of your settlement sheet or whatever. Choose and record genders. You may name an unnamed survivor and create their survivor record sheet at any time during the settlement phase. Get the woman away from you. No. So let's see how many we get. Hopefully roll high. Big dice. Big numbers. Let's go. So 7 and up, 10 unnamed survivors plus our returning. So let's go for it. We can remove all these little note cards. All right, time to get women in here. So pig dead. We can filter. Yeah, we can filter stuff. We can hide all dead survivors, all survivors that have to skip the next hunt, all survivors that are retired, and you can also remove all living survivors if you just want to see which ones are dead. There's like one thing. I can only think of one event where you actually need to look through your like dead survivors. You know, rip in peace. We'll see what happens to Pig's body, whether he'll get cannibalized or buried properly. So let's start adding survivors. All right. Here we go. The ghost. Clockwork Legacy. I'm gonna reanimate her into deadbeat. No. Ah. Oh yes. So Egos is a dude. Clockwork Legacy. I'm sorry, you have to put on the programming socks. Teru. Bozu. Channel. No socks required. Alright. And then let's see. Mirkern. Babe. The classic Karagi Shy, a work of art. Wed HPL. Or Wed PL. Dude. Capital dude. Alright. The Templar. With a 1. Uh-oh. Babe alert. So we should be up to 13 when we're done. There we go. And Mr. Honey. All right. And then let's see. Bingo Congo Dango. All right. And then Daishima. Bingo no Dongo. He's still good. He's still good. Oh, wait, no. Well, Suppose it's your time to die. Yeah, well, welcome. Hmm. You managed to get mail somehow. No. And Sir Ryu. Madame Ryu. All right. And just for fun, I like doing this. Year 0. Uh no one gets any other bonuses other than survival as well. Year 0. Oh yeah, everyone will also get 1 survival from naming the settlement. Oh, sorry, not pig. Let's go ahead and filter all the deadbeats out. All right. But yeah, we'll be getting more survivors. Oh, yeah. There's a little bit of lag when it auto saves. It does hiccup a little bit. Year 0. And the survival. And eventually, we'll be getting more stuff to put on these. We'll see. We won't ever. We probably won't ever add more than like 2 survivors at a time. Yeah, we might get twins, but we're never gonna get 10 at a time again. And there we go. All right. So after this, we have to finish the rest of the card. Let me go ahead and mark that off, actually. Whoops. No, not campaign. All right. First day. I like doing this because it makes it... You get to see what happened in the previous years. All right. Oh, does it tell you to name the settlement first? Yeah, it doesn't matter, actually. I am the settlement. Yeah, when the settlement is named for the first time, returning survivors gain 1 survival. All right. And so, yeah, now everyone's back up to 1. All right. So, now, step 2. Return to the settlement section of the first story and proceed to Returning Survivors. Story event. The little book means there's a story page for whatever is named. So, the first day settlement event card will not be used again during this campaign. Do not include it in your settlement event deck. So get the fuck out. Get out. Goodbye. Thank you. And goodbye. So, Returning Survivors. There's a neat little picture of the Lantern Horde. We'll actually get some more into that much, much later in the campaign. But nominate a survivor to utter the first words. Alright. The nominated survivor steps forward and gains 1 courage. They lead the other survivors in learning to speak to one another. They discuss their situation, realizing they must hunt to live. Add the White Lion to the quarry list on the settlement records sheet. Oh yeah, let's nominate one of the returning survivors. We do want to spread out our hunt XP. I forgot to take off the hunt XP. So, there's little milestones on these bolded boxes. So you'll get little bonuses, and then once you hit the very last one, not the guy without balls. Oh yeah, you do get a little whatever of all the stuff. I guess Madot is the one who's got the cleanest record out of everyone here. All right, so +1 courage, and well, I already know the rest of the event. He's gonna have to skip the next hunt. Super clean. Yeah, he's fine. All right, and so your settlement gains the language innovation. Mail, no damage. 100% run. No programming sucks. No. Ah. Alright. So, search the innovation cards for language and place it face up in your play area and record it in your settlement sheet. Language is your first innovation, and it will spark the creation of the innovation deck. So, here's what it looks like. So, survival limit +1. There we go. that happens after returning survivors get the survival. It's a bit silly. Whatever. All survivors gain the encourage survival action. So now we can dodge and we can, well, or we can encourage with our survival points. So once per round, if standing, spend 1 survival to call out to a non-death survivor. They stand if knocked down. So, yeah. So our survivors that aren't knocked down can call out to survivors that are and get them back up. You can do this at any time, so that is interesting. It can be very useful. So getting knocked down is no longer as restrictive as it was. And add language consequences to the innovation deck. So here's our tech tree. I don't know if you expected this game to have a tech tree, but there is one, and it's important. So the innovation deck represents the potential cultural and technological growth of your settlement. It will grow throughout the campaign as you gain new innovation cards. So you find the 6 innovation cards with language consequence listed under their title. And that's all of them right there. Shuffle these 6 together to form your settlement's innovation deck. Place it face down, designated space. Innovation deck is persistent. Make sure to preserve the unique combination of cards in your deck between play sessions. Finish with their work. Settlement gathers around the glowing center. So, here's the innovation deck. Oops. These are all important. So, we're not going to be able to innovate. Well, no, actually, we can't innovate this round at all, which is, you don't want to because we want all these resources to go into gear for the first year or 2. But we've got ammonia. Good morning, Germ. You missed the entire prologue fight. Let's see. Oh yeah, and now you're very low on the list. You're 30th in line. Although we've gotten 14 already, so if we get 16 more survivors, you'll be in. Mighty Germ 1. All right. And let's see. So yeah. We've got a survivor with one of the founders got prey, destroyed genitals, rip, and contracture. So he's a little broken. And one of them got hemophobia, so Power Nelly is doing less than perfect, but okay. Oh yeah, there should be a button to heal survivors. Yeah, heal and reset. So this is very nice. So this will remove temporary tokens. Hemophobia is one of the worst for Nelson. Maybe you'll get a what is it? One of those death ones. Probably not. We'll see if it matters. But yes, I can. So here's a big overview of what's what. Ammonia is good, adds consequences, whatever. So yeah, consequences are just the next abilities in the tech tree. So these all say at the very top, language consequence. They also have different types. It doesn't matter too much, but so Hovel is one of the worst ones to get early on because it's got a lot of consequences that suck. Symposium is the one that we really want. So when you innovate, you draw 2 cards out of your innovation deck and choose 1. Symposium brings that up to 4. So that means the rest of the campaign will be much smoother. You want this. You want to keep your innovation deck thin so that you can get this. So that you can get what you want later. It's very important. Drums. If we can get this before the butcher fight, that'll be fantastic because I could show off one of the coolest things in the game. Yeah. Because you get a lot of dumb bullshit like family. You don't want family. You don't want. What do you want, a last name? What are you, a coward? Inner lantern and paint are very important. They do add a lot of stuff, but you get those sweet, sweet survival actions. These ones, you want these ones real bad. Once you get dash, you can start going after the harder stuff, and enough survival to use it. But dash, once per round, spend 1 survival, gain 1 movement, use it immediately. Surge, same thing for actions, but you can use it anytime during the monster's turn. Actually, no, I'm not gonna pull it up. Why is paint tied to dash? Red ones run faster. I don't know. The settlement swells with creative energy. They're having a great time. Dashing is so fucking useful. You have no idea. Okay. You may have seen all those cards that say, like, survivor, in range, move and attack. All right. I can do a simple situation. So say blue guy Madot is a monster, and then the Power Nelson is the survivor. So let's say draw a card, whatever. Power Nelson gets targeted. Then there's a little arrow in between targeting and then moving and attacking. All right, dash, out of range. You're still targeted. The monster is still gonna try to move and attack, but it won't be able to hit him. But it'll still move and waste its turn and all that good stuff. 0 fucking damage. Based. That's what you want. But that costs a whole survival. That is a lot more efficient than a dodge. Dash is so good. Yeah, we'll see that a lot. Also, you can use cumbersome things and move. We'll see. All right, back to the glowing center, the creamy center. Armed with language, the nominated survivor aptly names the glowing center of their home the Lantern Horde. The settlement gains the Lantern Horde's settlement location. Search the large settlement location cards for the Lantern Horde, place it face up in your play area. The Lantern Horde is the source of all innovations and further locations the settlement will develop. The nominated survivor sits in front of the Lantern Horde in awe and gains 1 understanding. They must skip the next hunt phase as they ponder the meaning of existence. Check off the skip hunt box. They cannot be selected as a departing survivor this phase. And then return and complete the settlement phase. Alright. So... who was it? Madot? 1 understanding as well. And skip next hunt. But Poochie's too infirm for a fight anyways? No, Madot is already got selected. Yeah, let's throw these guys back to the settlement. There we go. So, yeah, no, this stuff is so good. Where's the button? Yeah, you can just do this. And then do that. There you go. Insane in the membrane. Insane got no brain. What does understanding do? We'll see in 1 moment. So. Here, let me see. Alright, so courage and understanding are both similar. Just different stats with the same... same flavor of stat. So certain events will give you more... Well, like, Survivor gains courage. Or Survivor gains understanding. Once you hit 3, and once you hit... What was that? 8? Yeah. Or was that 9? Oh, fuck. Yeah, that'll take a while. Damn. So, once you hit those boxes... Is it over here? Yes. Yeah, this has, like, little printouts of some of the stuff. So, age, once you hit the milestones on your hunt XP, bold and insight are courage and the understanding, respectively. So, once you hit 3, you get some good stuff. Once you hit 9, you get some very incredible stuff. We could... Okay. Where is it? Wait secret. Where is it? So, for hitting 9 understanding, okay. Look at this. Yeah, this is so you suffer the lunacy brain trauma, a bunch of shit happens. But there's a chance that you get ageless. You may hunt if you are retired. When you gain hunt XP, you may decide not to gain it. Saviors age unnaturally, cannot use it. We'll get into Saviors, but you can just use that. If a survivor gets ageless, you can use them forever. If you get enough ageless survivors, the Phoenix is a fucking joke. Well, not really. The Phoenix can still just destroy you, but it's a hell of a lot easier. All right. The Phoenix is a... I hate the Phoenix. I hate the Phoenix. Me and my homies hate the Phoenix. But yeah. Plus, there's a lot of stuff that interacts with understanding. And in fact, we'll probably see a hunt event that does so. So anyways, here is the Lantern Horde. So, we have the option to innovate here. So, once per settlement phase, you may spend the listed resources to draw 2 innovation cards, keep one, return the other to the deck. You can use the Phoenix Feathers for a certain ailment. No. I don't remember everything that can fix destroyed genitals, but it's not enough. So interesting. Yeah, you might win. You might get it back. So we can build some locations, and I believe the rulebook does tell us that we pretty much have to, but whatever. Let's get into the meat and potatoes. Welcome to... Well, we're not Monster Hunter yet. Well, kinda. Alright, where's a... I guess we should search this. Oh, this is Community Edition, so some of these will be slightly different. So, Organ Grinder. Don't look at this. Exhausted Lantern Horde. Oh no, spoilers. Where is it? Bonesmith. And Skinnery. No. Okay. We had 0 hide. We would have loved a rawhide headband and a rawhide vest. That would have been the closest thing to tanking gear that we could have gotten right off the bat. So we've got... Oh, wait, hold on. Before we start doing this, we have to finish our milestones. Alright. So, check milestones and then develop. Alright. First death. Someone fucking died. Rip it, pig. Alright. I believe it does take us right there. This is you right now. Sorry, dude. Alright. The group must decide what to do with their first survivor corpse. Choose one. Alright. First harvest or first grave. So, this is Community Edition, so I will tell you right now, if you're playing vanilla, core game, whatever, no Community Edition changes. You pick graves. Don't fuck with cannibalism. It's not worth it. Graves is so good. Let's take a look at the differences though in this. Let me fix the innovation deck. So our principles are like you're like pick one or the other for all the cool stuff. Alright. So graves. All new survivors gain +1 understanding. When a survivor dies during the hunt or showdown, gain 2 endeavors. So, normally, if a survivor died during the hunt or showdown, you'd get nothing because they wouldn't be a returning survivor. And then when a survivor dies during the settlement phase, gain 1 endeavor. There's a couple things that say don't use your death principle. Whatever. Cannibalize. So, survival limit +1. Nice. When a survivor dies, draw 1 basic resource and add it to the settlement storage. Do not gain a resource if the survivor is lost, ceases to exist, or is exiled. Intentionally killing the newbies, yes. That is a part of population spiking. Also, the +1 understanding is... I'm thinking of taking Cannibalize just to show it off. Yeah... Cannibalize actually seems playable with the Community Edition changes, because beforehand, you wouldn't get that endeavor if someone dies during the showdown phase. Still, it is a bit of a question. Alright. So... we also get to choose. We get to roll on a table based on what we pick. Alright. So... we could get... oh shit, we could get 4 Founding Stones. Nice. And departing survivors get 1 courage. Someone could get 1 extra... so, extra speed. Not good. Not good. We'll get into that. Strength? Fair. There's a lot of ways to get extra strength. Movement. You don't get movement, like, ever. Extra movement is insane. Other one, you could get +1 in the standing and survival, or +1 luck, which is beautiful. Sorry, pig. You're going on the fryer. Yeah, fuck it. So yeah, let's take the choices that you wouldn't take in vanilla. So, cannibals, let's go. Good morning, Yozora. Aoi. What game is this? Oh, you're going on the list, by the way. Yeah, this is Kingdom Death Monster. I guess it doesn't show. Because there is no proper category for it. Alright, you're 31st in the line for survivor names. Our poor viewer, Pig D6, Pig D8, I mean, just got eaten. Alright. So yes, now we are a bunch of cannibals. Oh yes, we can encourage now with everyone. Survival limit is 1 higher. This is the easiest way to explain it is Darkest Dungeon, Berserk, Dark Souls, Monster Hunter, Grimdark. It is. I wouldn't. I don't know if you can even call it Berserk inspired. There is a sword called the Dragon Slayer, and it's just Guts' like big huge sword. But yeah, yeah. Once we get to 31 survivors, that'll be you. All right. So, oh yes, edgy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, look at this, edgy. All right. So, the first harvest. The settlement decides to harvest the body for resources. The settlement gains the death principle Cannibalize. Find and place the card on the settlement board, note it, and after adding the card to the settlement, roll 1d10. So, let's see which result happens. Alright, 6 to 10. Nominate a survivor to frantically tear into the corpse. The survivor gains +1 permanent speed, strength, and movement as they greedily feast. Their frenzied feeding awakens an obsessive hunger within the settlement. So we don't get anything super cool for this, unfortunately. Like 1 extra random resource. But +1 on all that stuff is pretty good. I guess we should start taking survivors out in order, I guess. So, E-Ghost. Yeah, that's the most impartial way to do it. Alright. Extra movement, like I said before, is incredibly hard to come by. Extra speed is actually not good. Extra strength is nice. So, I guess I can explain it right now. But, so you saw earlier when I was drawing AI cards, or hit location cards, how they'd have reactions like failures and how there's traps and whatnot. The more speed, the more stuff you draw. So the more chances of drawing bad stuff. But the more strength means the better off your draws are. We'll see that in action once we get a Zenbato like running. But yeah, this game is edgy, but it's also very, very goofy sometimes. Like, we got lion testes right here. Alright. In fact, let's check off another timeline event and get our settlement going with the Love Juice. So, during the settlement phase, you may archive this to perform the Intimacy story event. Nominated survivors must be able to consume, and obviously must have undestroyed genitals. So, let's see. Let's pick the next two. Clockwork Legacy and Teru Teru. We're shipping now. We're shipping now. Let's go. Oh yeah, there was the salute for Pig. All right. And you didn't know you're signing up for this, did you? All right. So let's check the intimacy story event. All right. So nominate one consenting male and one consenting female survivor and roll on the intimacy table. Oh yes, this is community edition. So, oh yeah, here's the change. I think I am gonna go with protect the young. We'll see. We'll see what that means shortly. Unless we roll horribly. All right, 7. All right. So you can see these little boxes here. So if we had a bed, new survivor would gain 1 permanent strength. No, survival of the fittest cheese. This is community edition, so I want to show off the other options. Besides, settlements and People of the Lantern campaigns may have up to 3 saviors, 1 per dream. We'll get to see saviors doing stuff, which is interesting. Maybe. Survival of the fittest is the best, though. Well, I'll show it off like in 1 moment. So, settlement gains +1 population. The male and female survivors share a deep bond and gain +10 survival each. We do have a survival limit. Right now, it is 3. So, Clockwork and Teru Teru are going to relish in the act. And there we go. Up to 3 survival. All right. And this was our first birth. Also, who is it? Who is it? Let's see. After Sir Ryu is Iwuni-kun. There we go. All right. And a dude. So normally you'd want to optimize your gender ratio, because if you have a ton of dudes die, whatever. And one thing to note, female survivors are actually, with the expansions and whatnot, female survivors do pull out ahead in terms of benefits. There's a hunt event called Man Stealers, which is in the base game, and then there's a Harvest. I don't remember what it's called, but there's an innovation where basically you can get a lady to a lady and a male, and they do like some sort of spider dance kind of thing, and the lady can get something good and just eat the dude. It happens. I believe that's the only 2 things. She eats his head, yeah. I could pull it up. Actually, yeah, I can just find that very easily. Over in Spidicules. There we go. Yeah, you can get the Harvestman fighting art. Death Touch. Where is it? Where's the innovation? Korea. Yeah, you know what you're talking about? Seen the, what? Oh, Spider Dance. Nominate a male and female survivor and roll 1d10. So, yeah, 1 to 7, nothing. 8 to 9. If both survivors depart the settlement phase, the male survivor gains the Harvestman fighting art. And 10 and up, the female survivor devours the male. The male survivor is dead. The female survivor gains half of the male's hunt XP, rounded down, 1 of their fighting arts, and the Death Touch secret fighting art. No, I'm not eating people yet. No one's died with cannibalism. Wait, no, someone already got eaten. All right, Death Touch. +1 accuracy when fighting with Fist and Tooth. When you wound a monster, it gains -1 toughness until end of the attack. Cannot use if you're male. That's it. That's pretty good. Harvestman, though, is fucking based. Okay, +3 movement. Whenever you knock down, gain a -1 movement token. All right. If you have tiny arachnophobia disorder, you're too scared of spiders to imitate them and cannot use this fighting art. But still, extra movement speed is incredibly good. There are several armor set stuff. We'll see stuff that involves using movement speed to the fullest extent. But let's see. Where was I? Ah, no. First baby, first baby. So, first birth, principle, new life. Have the little baby choose between an axe and a ball. All right. The group must decide how to raise their young, without mercy or with affection. Did I get the pitch which innovation tree I'm getting? So I did explain it earlier, and we'll see it later. Oh yeah, maximum edge. No. Uh, so here are our choices: protect the young and survival of the fittest. But yes, so I'll give an example of what happens when you innovate. So you spend some resources, which we don't have enough of to do, and you would draw two like this, and you get to pick one of them, and then you add the next piece of the trees down into your innovation deck. We'll see it in action later. But fuck, I wish I drew that and it got Symposium. Damn it! All right. So here's the better one. In the core game, protect the young. I'll explain it. But survival of the fittest. Survival limit +1. When rolling on the intimacy story event, roll twice and pick the lowest result. All current and newborn survivors gain +1 strength and +1 evasion. And once per lifetime, a survivor may reroll a single roll result. They must keep the new. So, getting a reroll on every survivor is so good. Getting extra strength and evasion, so good. The thing is, you have to roll twice. You roll with disadvantage on this table. All right. So, a 1 is the couple just clasp hands, march into the deep and endless darkness, and they're dead. Cannot bear the weight of the world. They don't want to bring a child into this. It's fucked. And then 2 and 3. The female survivor just dies during childbirth. The male survivor gets a random disorder +3 insanity. All right. And then 4 to 6. The average numbers is just +1 pop. So you don't want these ones. This is a net negative, and this is net 0. And you lose out on a potentially good survivor. So here's the other option. In vanilla, I'll explain it. I'll explain exactly what it does. The children are the future. When rolling on the intimacy story event, roll twice and pick the higher result. That's the vanilla one. This one, the party survivors with 2 or less hunt experience gain +1 reroll token. So a survivor may spend this token to reroll a single roll result during the hunt or showdown phase and keep it. So this is not nearly as good. I'm still thinking of taking survival of the fittest. The rerolls are so good. Because this is anything. But I do want to see more survivors. Yeah, strength and evasion is so good. No, +1 evasion is really good. We don't have any hide. We can't make any armor this phase. I really am thinking of still taking survival of the fittest. Because I wanted to show off protect the young. How many people do we have? We have we rolled 10. We got 13. Well, you got 14 survivors. Fuck it. We're gamers. Survival of the fittest. I'm not a baby. I'm not a baby. I do want to get that list filled out. And we might do it. We won't be able to do population spiking because I didn't take graves. But this should be fine. So, survival limit +1. Now we can hold 4 survival. Nice. And everyone gets +1 strength and evasion. And let's see. Everyone has 1 reroll. So, the optimal strat is you just get that +1 strength and evasion, and you use all of your rerolls either for saving your super high powered survivors or for rerolling the intimacy results. Because then you're just I believe the math does check out that using rerolls on the intimacy table is absolutely fine. You're like better off than like default. So everyone gets +1 strength and evasion. So yeah, evasion just subtracts from monster accuracy. It's great. Now, what's next? We have to build gear. All right. Yeah, no, these guys are fine. They can all die. It's much more fun that way. We'll get to see more. We'll get to see more interesting characters. Let me check the save features. Let's see. No, not this one. There we go. Uh-oh. Bingdom Death, Playtest Zone, and Playtest 3. Alright. What happens if I click save? Is this gonna show a yab? Oh no. Root folder, oh no. Ah. Let's see. There we go. Perfect. Alright. So, now we get to the fun part. We had no fun beforehand. Now, we make gear. Let's see. We definitely want this on the gear grid. So, we haven't got to look at the gear grid too closely so far. Alright. So, you can fit 9 things in here. These have no affinities. We'll get to see that right now. Let's see. We have a ton of bone. I could just build a bone club, and that would be helpful, actually. So 2 organs, 4 bone. We can't use scrap for anything yet. I believe everything or almost everything that uses scrap requires heat, which is an innovation. We'll get that soon. So, let's see. Oh, I almost forgot. We didn't finish this. We didn't finish this. So, we're raising our children without mercy. So, the toys are taken from the child and replaced with cold stone face shard. Training begins immediately. Settlement gains the new life principle, survival of the fittest. Find, record, add the settlement, roll 1d10. So... 8. The child is raised as a pure warrior, leaving compassion and fear behind. The newborn survivor gains +2 courage, the tough fighting art, and 1 random disorder. So... who was it? Iwuni-kun. True Saiyan Prince. The Prince of all Saiyans. I can't do that. I cannot. Oh yeah, here's a list of your milestones. Nice. Okay. Random disorder. Let's reset this. Yeah, we were missing one. No. There we go. Post-traumatic stress. The last hunt was harrowing. All you can do is cower and relive the trauma. Only time can heal your wounds. Next settlement phase, you do not contribute or participate in any endeavors. Skip the next hunt to recover. Nah. So, I believe this does go away after the next hunt. But we can just drop it on him. Where is he? There he is. No, not yet. You have to spawn. And then... yeah, you can see it appear right there. This mod is incredibly, like, insane. Oh yeah, I might as well add year 1 for his birthday. Alright. 2 courage and the tough fighting art. So we can reset the little disorder pile. Severe injuries if I didn't already. Yeah. Fighting arts. Oh yeah, there's secret fighting arts. These are interesting and really cool. Basically, there's a lot of stuff that tells you to gain a random fighting art. And the secret fighting arts are not in that pool. So, there are a few things that let you gain specific secret fighting arts. And almost all of them are really cool. Almost. Well, one of them's kind of lame. Although, no, it did get changed in Community Edition, so that's fun. So, tough. When rolling on a severe injury table, unless you roll a 1, add 1 to the result. So, you just, instead of dying on a 1 or 2 on all locations, you die on a 1 on all locations. Everything else is slightly better. So, this dude is cool. But we can't take him out on this hunt. There we go. Now I can, I think I can just delete this like this. Yeah. This mod's insane. Also, I do like to put stuff like this. Like, first child. There we go. Alright. Now we can start making some gear. So, let's take a look at the founding stone to get a nice baseline. And look at some of the bonesmith gear that we can make. I'll put them over here. Over here. So there's the bone dagger that I might have talked about earlier. We can't really make the sickle or the pickaxe. Skull helm is interesting. Bone club is very interesting for this point. So, founding stone, you can see the attack profile. So, 2 speed, hits on a 7 and up. So, we'll get it like a wound, sometimes 2, sometimes 0, depending on our luck. Or a hit. And then strength of 1. So the level 1 White Lion has 8 toughness. Now the Prologue one has 6. So if you're using Fist and Tooth on the Prologue White Lion, 0 strength, nothing added. You're hitting 50% of the time. You're wounding 50% of the time. So you're dealing with a lot of negative effects from reactions. We want to do we want at least like a 50% chance to be good. So every one of our survivors has +1 strength as well from survival of the fittest. So let's see. I might as well just set up the showdown for the White Lion level 1, just so that we can look at the stuff. So yeah, 8 toughness. So yeah, if you look at it like this, I could bring up the battle UI as well. Nah, it's too much work. So, let's see, 2. So we'd have to roll, let's see, 6 or higher. That's not good. That's 50% chance. Because we can do better with bone blades. So, better accuracy, more damage. It's frail, which is, when you attempt to wound a super dense hit location, this weapon breaks at the end of the attack. Community Edition changed this by... Oops. Oh, it's a separate state. Like this. So when it's broken, it behaves like this. Normally, it would just get archived. You just put it back in the box. You waste the resources that you use to make whatever weapon broke. There we go. But now you can spend an endeavor to fix it. It's not worth it for like bone gear like this. Bone axe, I believe it's not as bad as it used to be. Yeah, 2 bone. So in vanilla, this was a bone and an organ. We're gonna use our organs to make monster grease, which will be incredible. Actually, I can just show that off right now. Yeah, you can imagine these will look cool if some art friends characters along the line. Based. Yeah. Kingdom Death Monster creates some incredible scenarios. Barbarian Power Nelly. Hell yeah. So, +1 evasion and if we get enough affinities, another +1 evasion. Is there any good way to show these off? Leather gear is a great way to explain it. Okay. Yeah, let's show that off. There's even like little reset buttons, so I can just like delete all this nonsense. So, sometimes the back doesn't spawn properly. It's weird. No. There we go. So, let's take a look at the gear grid like this. So, if we had these cards, headband, vest, gloves, classic. Even then, you don't need the gloves actually to make this proper. For the example, we'd probably have something like a bone axe. So you'd end up with like this. So these little colored half squares, rectangles, I guess that's what they are like affinities. So if you put your gear like this, you'd complete the affinity. If you had it like this, it wouldn't count. So the little puzzle piece symbols mean if you link up the little blue bottom here with the blue top there, you get this effect. And same with this red one, like this. So, like this, our rawhide vest would give us +1 evasion. Without it, we wouldn't get that evasion. Actually, let me check something. Ooh, it does not have the affinity like this. So, if we managed to break our axe during the hunt, we'd lose out on that 1 evasion, which would suck. Anyways, yeah. The thing, I really wish I could have some hide so I could build this like exactly. So, here's the important thing: the rawhide headband. So you can spend an action to reveal the top 2 AI cards and then place them back on top in any order. This is fantastic. You get to choose what the monster does. Does the mod automatically attract affinities? No. But that kind of stuff is easy enough to do. Alright, we didn't build any of those, so that sucks. But yeah, so... We could save the lion testes for making frenzy the frenzy drink, but let's go ahead and go optimally, because we're gonna get our ass kicked. Almost certainly. Search button. Scrying for your enemy sounds pretty damn good. It's really good. There's that effect for the hit location as well, which is the other thing I'm searching for. If we get a cat eye, that's going straight into building the cat eye necklace. Cat eye circlet. Alright, so monster grease, reset the deck. I'll flip that over. And monster grease. So evasion will make us die a lot less. And those are gone. So, eat the cats. Meow. No, we're greasing up with the cats. It's great. Next time we fight a cat, we will unlock the settlement location for building cat gear. I might as well show it right now. But it's called the Catarium. Catarium. It's just it's just an entire building designated to making stuff out of cats. It's pretty based. But yes, there's a lot of stuff here that we want. The armor, I actually haven't tried out the armor because in vanilla, it's pretty bad. It's not worth it. Leather armor, or rawhide, the rawhide set is very, very good. We'll get into that once I show off the set bonus. But Community Edition actually made the lion gear pretty good from what I've heard. But the weapons are what we want. We'll be seeing a lot of the lion beast guitars. But we'll get into that later. There we go. So now we've got all this bone. So 4 bone, 4 survivors. What do we do? Hmm. The easiest thing to do would be make 4 bone darts. Hmm. I could mix it up pretty well and do bone darts, bone axe, and a bone blade. Let me check again. Great cat bones. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't think about saving stuff for other nonsense. Uh, hmm. No, that one strength and one accuracy is definitely gonna make a difference in the next fight. We can't use the scrap for anything yet, which sucks. We can use it at the augury, which will make sense later. But yeah, one of the few things that you can spend your extra endeavors on early is making stone noses, which just give you an extra survival and insanity when you leave, or rolling on the augury. So if you get a, as you can see down there at the bottom, you nominate a survivor, roll a dice, and 1 to 3 lose 1 resource. If you do, get 1 understanding. That's one way to get understanding on survivors. 4 to 7 get survival, 8 and up intimacy. It's just a very good dump for your endeavors early on. But we won't need that. We can't use that right now. We used all of our endeavors building these locations. So let's go for variety. Yeah. Axe, blade, darts. Daggers kind of suck. They've got the same stats as the founding stone. So in perfect hit, gain 1 survival. That's good. Paired, not that good. So normally you can only benefit from something in your gear grid once. So if I do this, put two monster grease on the same character, I'd still only get 1 evasion. This would do nothing. I think the affinities might still count. I don't know. But but yeah, if you have a paired weapon, you add the speed of the other one. So yeah, I could have a dagger with 6 speed. So I would roll 6 dice to attack. And I'd still only have 1 strength, so I would just get a lot of wound or a lot of failure reactions, and it would suck. But let's make our characters now. Let's see. Bone darts are gonna be used every turn, I believe. So yeah, bone darts. They have range 6, so you can attack from far away, and frail, whatever. 1 speed, hit on a 7 and up. 3 strength, which is like the highest out of all the starting stuff. I guess the bone axe has that as well. I guess Community Edition really does make the bone axe actually usable. We'll put the grease on someone who will be a tank. And there we go. Something like that. Yeah, and grease on the axe user as well. Let's see. That should be fine. Alright. Now, yeah, now we just got a broken lantern in storage. So, resources do stay in storage. There are a few events that'll, like, you lose half of your resources in storage, or just lose like half of your resources, or just lose all resources in storage. There's stuff that sucks. We'll see that happen. So who would we take out on a hunt? Who would we take out on a date? No. Bones. Good morning, Riker. There we go. You've been added to the list of names for survivors. You're 32nd in line. So far we've had 15. So you're getting up there. Halfway. Alright. So we can also filter out everyone who has to skip the next hunt. But yeah, welcome to Kingdom Death Monster, an experience for the ages, making you appreciate the streamlined experience of Darkest Dungeon. Oh yeah, the Darkest Dungeon has other flaws, but yeah, being able to just select stuff is a lot simpler. Although I still do, almost every time, forget one component of the party. Like, oh shit, I don't have anyone that can stun or deal damage to like the back rank as well. Who's dead? Uh, Pig. Pig the 8 died. It's sad. Easy addition adding custom characters. Yeah. Yeah, the settlement is full of cannibals. It's great. uh let's see. So take E-Ghost. Yeah, let's just go with the dudes in the order. E-Ghost, Clockwork Legacy, Teru Teru, and Mirkern. Alright. Game looks hot. Yeah, it's great. If you can stomach if you can stomach a lot of paperwork, it's great. So everyone can encourage now. How much? Uh for the physical board game, $400. For a tabletop simulator mod, it doesn't exist. If you buy tabletop simulator, you will not be able to get a mod for it. Definitely not in the workshop. Anyways. No comment. uh so actually, we have a registered powerhouse in E-Ghost who has +1 speed, +2 strength. Okay, no, this dude. Okay, E-Ghost gets the darts. Okay, here's the interesting thing. The weird thing about this. There is a keyword called slow, which means that you can only attack with this weapon once, no matter what your speed modifier is. For some reason, the bone darts don't have it. So, yeah, that's a bit weird. So yeah, normally if you had something like that you throw like this, it would be slow or something like that. But it's just good. So now we'll get 2 attacks out of it. Okay, yeah, we can look at the stats. Bone darts, 2 attacks, hits on 7 and up. So against +5 strength added to attacks. So against the level 1 white lion, which we're gonna fight, a 3 and up wounds. That's fucking insane. Just have a lot of bone darts. Yeah, but if one of them hits a bad location, they all break. It's silly. uh, Whatever. It's a little goofy. Anything else that we want to look at? Not really. Heal and reset everyone, I guess. All right. And now, oh yeah, there is viewer shipping. Goofy. Yeah, yeah. It's great. No. Uh, for okay, I believe it does tell you. Yeah, persist through heal and reset. Right, how are we feeling, boys? Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. Pig is Pig is dead, unfortunately. Ah. So, the temporary tokens for stuff that only lasts for the showdown. Weapon specific bonuses can be recorded by dropping it. Oh yeah, here's another sick thing about the mod. So, no, not damage. I could just do this. And you can see right here, it'll actually record the change of adding 1 strength. This is insane. You can't do that. Permanent tokens are good for, like, set bonuses. Yeah, like right here. Record gear bonuses, such as affinities, using permanent tokens. Simply clean. Let's go. So, our dudes with the grease will be like that. All right. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. All right. Oh, I already rolled the whatever. We'll set up the showdown again later. Random hunt events. Alright. So... we have done everything in the settlement. Let me get some tea in real quick. So right now our stuff is looking pretty squeaky clean. We're almost certainly not going to be attacking with founding stones. So I can go ahead and hide those and get a cleaner picture of our options. It would have been very nice to be able to get extra luck on someone. So there is, So there's the monster grease here. This just simply gives evasion. If we fill out enough green affinities, we get an extra evasion. There's one for luck, which you have to fill out the affinities to get the +1 luck. But it's very similar, the lucky charm. And there's one for strength as well, which behaves exactly the same as monster grease. I think it's even got, I think you still need like 3 affinities to get that extra strength as well. But we can't make that one yet. But, yeah, stinky. Oh, yes. There's a lot of stuff like that. Stinky is relevant. Rarely. But it is, sometimes. There is a disorder where you can't depart or add stinky stuff to your gear grid or whatever. Silly stuff like that. We can see here, weapon, melee, axe, bone. Cloth is simply armor. Melee, stone. And there's a bunch of silly stuff. And it comes in, that matters sometimes. Alright. Who is who? Let's take these nerds over here for now. And let's set up the hunt. Oh, wait, never mind. Here we go. Look at this mod goodness. White line, level 1, begin hunt. Just like that. It has been done. This is like a couple minutes. So, did it bring up the line page? Yeah. So, normally you'd have to shuffle the monsters, hunt event deck, place the stuff like this on the board, bunch of stuff. But this is automatic. So, this is one of the weird phases of the game, the hunt. So basically, you go one at a time along the little table here. Survivors take turns being the event revealer, and then you roll random events. Monsters have their own deck of special random events, and then there's just the generic roll and get something from the table. Yeah, there's a deal 100 table of just events. There's 2 that I want to get in a certain sequence. So that 1 gives you a key, and 1 requires the key. Have I ever lost a feat? No, and I'm fucking glad that I haven't. If I ever have to flip through the page with feet on it, no, I'll leave it as a surprise. We do have survival of the fittest, so we won't. But it's funny. Feet. No, you'll have to wait. Keep it in your pants. Okay, let's begin. Let's just have Egos reveal the first one. Survivors would be players. Kinda. Players play as survivors. They are very expendable. It's like one of those. Keep what where? Yeah. Oh yeah, you don't have it anymore. So anyways, let's go and play around on the hunt. I'll let everything be a surprise. Aromatic breeze. Oh no, I can just... The hungry lion sniffs the survivor's musk on the wind. Move the white lion 1 space toward the survivors on the hunt board. If it moves into the survivor's space, the white lion ambushes the survivors. If you get ambushed, you skip your first turn. And we roll a random hunt event. So, let's see what that is. 47. Whoa, no. There we go. So, this might be feet. Who knows? Oh, Alan Muskie. No. 47 banquet trees. A small copse of trees rises over an otherwise lifeless plain. Enticing red fruit hangs from the branches. Each survivor must spend 1 survival to resist the temptation to consume the fruit. Insane survivors and survivors with binge eating disorder must consume. If any survivor has a sickle, they carve a line across the tree, drawing blood. The fruit instantly sours in this event. All survivors who consume roll 1d10. Oh. You're already insane. You're not on the hunt. Let's do an overview of our current survivors on the hunt. We didn't get any effects that affect the departing survivors, interestingly enough. So, we have the E-Ghost. He got a massive stat boost from eating pig, who was apparently very delicious. He's throwing darts at incredibly high speeds of 2, which is actually fucking incredible. You have no idea. It's super strong. Clockwork Legacy. With the coming in hot with the bone axe. He's greased up. So he's got a little bit more evasion. Bone axe for good damage. He's gonna be doing some tanking, I guess. Because monster grease is the best thing we have for tanking. It is the closest thing to a tank we have. Teru has got grease and just a regular bone blade. Not as good as an axe. Oh yeah, I forgot about Savage. You always forget about Savage. So, once per attack, if you critically wound, you cause 1 additional wound. No one remembers it. Mostly because no one uses the bone axe. And then we got Mirkern, who we didn't have enough gear. He ate pig and gained his energy. Actually, yes. We chose cannibalism, and Egos got picked. 2 greased up death guys. Mirkern is unfortunately very, very undergeared compared to these dudes. Although, he can use his action to throw the founding stone if we have to. Probably won't. No. So, everyone has to spend 1 survival or do some nonsense. I will spend the survival on everyone. We didn't get anything that would give us survival when we depart. The first year is actually straight up one of the hardest. And Norman, yeah. Marked territory. This one's interesting. So yeah, now I guess Clockwork Legacy is the event revealer. So, the White Lion has marked this area. If any survivor has 3+ understanding, they realize the area is covered in ammonia. If they have not innovated it yet, the survivor's settlement gains the ammonia innovation. So, we want that. We want to get free piss. We get piss for free, it's great. We save like an entire year's worth of innovating. It's fantastic. But we need someone with 3+ understanding. And we need to draw this. But everyone's too stupid. Going to woods on a hunt. Yeah. Everyone's a known cannibal in this settlement. It's just the way it is. Alright, so 23. Let's see. Oh, there's man stealers. Hopefully we'll get to read that. Clean water. The survivors pass a forlorn fountain in the shape of a lion's face. A stream of crystal clear water flows from its mouth. Each survivor consumes the water, gaining 1 survival and 1 courage. Any number of survivors may douse their head in the water and gain roll 1d10. Oh shit. Good morning, Robert. Oh yeah, you're not on the list yet. Welcome to the survivor list. There we go. Yeah, the fetish factory. Oh no, you figured out the secret. This is in fact a magical realm and a half. No, not really. No, but it's pretty close. All right. Yeah, we can get some good stuff, or we could get a random disorder. None of them are. None of them could be that bad. So one survival, one courage on all survivors, all the hunting survivors. So we're working our way up to that milestone right there, and getting survival is just great because we just lost one. But yeah, well, welcome to the middle of an incredibly mechanically dense game. All right, and yeah, we already had hmm. Did I accidentally click off weapon XP? No, I did not. All right. Okay, let's have everyone roll on the table. Wait, what color is missing? Oh, wait. There we go. So, let's just do the colors like this. Because it works out just fine. So everyone will roll on that D10 table. We got 3 10s and a 6. So, the 6 is one understanding or remove a disorder of your choice. No one has disorders yet, which is nice. So, who is that? The 6 was the green one. So Clockwork Legacy is now slightly smarter, or understands more of the world. 9 and up. Pog. Yeah. So set your insanity to 0 and remove all disorders. Oh yeah, let me read it off completely. So the water is bracing, gain +1 understanding or whatever. The water is shockingly cold. It rushes over you like a tidal wave and leaves you awestruck. Set your insanity to 0 and remove all disorders. And that would be good if we had disorders or insanity. That would be bad if we had enough insanity. No one's got any, so that just did nothing for most people. And we landed on the lion space. So now the showdown begins. I believe everything is set up. There we go. Let's set it up again, just in case. There we go. Now everything's over here. Everything's exactly as it should be. So now that we're not fighting the prologue one, we do have to set up terrain, which just does stuff. So get 1 tall grass terrain card set up however you want, and 2 random ones. Canopy didn't get Kuru. That's some obscure joke. Oh, here is something interesting. So, normally, the community edition adds something very nice. So, normally, if you fight a level 1 white lion and you win, you get 1 hunt XP, 1 weapon proficiency. We'll explain that later. And level 2 and up, you get 2 hunt XP, but only 1 weapon proficiency. Community edition lets you get 2 weapon proficiency. So, an optimal strategy would be to fight lower level enemies just so you can get more proficiency than hunt XP. Because once you hit maximum hunt XP, you retire. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you don't even get weapon proficiency until you hit 2, normally. So you'd have to fight. You wouldn't actually be able to get maximum proficiency. You wouldn't be able to get a mass. We'll explain that shortly once we get around to doing that. But basically, that's a very good change. That's very nice. Very, very nice. 10 out of 10. So let's set up the gear. The terrain. Terrain is exactly what it says. There's just spaces that do extra effects. So, tall grass, if a survivor's on the tall grass, they get +2 evasion. Simple. Great. You want to be on there. Sit on there, tank all day. And you can spend an action while you're on the tall grass to hide in it. So you can remove the priority target token, and you're not a threat until you attack or move out of tall grass. There are rules for setting it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whatever. Basically, let's see. So, Egos is going to be the first monster controller. I actually don't want him to get attacked ever. Damn it. Let's put it here. Alright. This should be good. And then the other one, probably about here. So Egos can stand on here, throw darts at the lion, and have a good time. Alright. Toppled pillars. So, obstacle blocks survivor and monster field of view. So, it interrupts targeting. So, if anything says field of view, that's not the blind spot, and nothing on the other side of an obstacle. And impassable means you can't move across it. Oh, interesting thing. Ranged weapon attacks. If you have a melee weapon with reach, like a spear, you can attack over it. Interesting thing to note. That's actually a good thing. And you can spend an action to hop across it. Yeah, simple. It has to be set up at least 5 spaces away from the monster. 2, 3, 4, 5. Whatever. There's nowhere really useful for them to be. If I put it there, someone's just gonna get knocked into it. That might be fine. Who knows? Oh yeah, impassable. If a monster walks over it, it gets destroyed. If I'm wrong, I can just check the glossary. Alright. So, we are ready for this showdown. Let's show them what for. Wait, there we go. Yeah, Egos might actually make this super fast. But we might just die, like, instantly. Okay. So, here's the interesting thing. The Prologue White Lion, the first story one, had a custom deck list. After that, it's random. So, there are 3 classes of AI cards. Basic, Advanced, Legendary. So what that means is, when you build the deck, you take 7 random basic ones, 3 random advanced ones, and shuffle them together. So, you don't know exactly what the White Lion has, or any monster for that matter, but you do know how much it has, and about how strong, whatever. The advanced ones, there's a lot of moods and stuff, so we might see some nonsense. Well, anyways, monster goes first. I believe it will explain it. Alright. Oh yeah. I don't want to miss this. So, every monster has a neat little lore blurb for it. The White Lions is great. No, the Butchers is the best. Whatever. There once was a beast that wanted to feel how soft its fur was. Since it could not reach its own back, it killed many other creatures and spent time rubbing its paws over them. They say that when the monster finally killed a human, it fell in love with their soft hair, and its paws grew a pair of fine human hands. So, that's the apparent explanation for the hands of the cat. Rat's got legs, cat's got hands. What's that dog doing? The whole 9 yards. So, that is it. Alright, let's get going. Alright. So, make sure these are shuffled. Monster turn. Egos is the controller. Enraged, fuck. Yeah, this is exactly what I didn't want to happen. So, now the monster is stronger. Until someone dies or gets a limb taken off. There's the damage token. This is not good. And when this is drawn, it draws another card, so it doesn't even lose a turn. Smart cat. Come on. No. No. So, reveal the top 10 AI cards, one card at a time. Put the first 2 mood cards revealed into play, then shuffle the deck. If no moods are put into play as a result, draw an AI card, and then just archive it. But nicely described, designed monster girl. No. So we get to look at the AI deck at least to see what the cat's got. What's that cat doing? Roar, interesting. Chomp, bites your head. Grasp, annoying. Size up, Revenge. I'll have to keep track of who wounded last, unfortunately. Claw, whatever. Combo claw, and claw. So, no moods. Alright, interesting. So, just shuffle that. This gets archived, completely deleted. And we'll draw one. Alright. Terrifying Roar. All non-death survivors. Alright. And then intimidate all targets. This does target, I believe. Yeah. That does count. Egos gets 1 insanity. So, roll 1d10 per target. If the result is 2+ and higher than courage. So basically, everyone's got 1 courage, so if it's 2+, you suffer 1 brain damage and knock back 6. And then basic action on the furthest survivor in range. That's not that bad, actually. I expected something worse. So, let's roll a d10 for everyone. See who gets the brain hurt. Everyone. There are no 1s there. Okay. So, insanity is your brain armor, so that's good. That's good that happened. But anyways, everyone gets knocked back 6. I can get knocked back in this direction, and then just hit the edge of the board, and knockback ends. If we got knocked back beforehand, then whatever. So yeah, brain damage. There is an injury box. So now that this is filled out, if we take any more brain damage, we'll have to roll on the brain trauma table, and that's fun, I guess. All right. And now, perform basic action for the survivor in range. Oh shit, he can't hit. Ah, no. Well, that sucks. This gets archived. Out. Brain damage can be good, though. We could get Frenzy. Well, anyways. Regular damage is not good right now. Alright, furthest in range is either of these two. Teru or Clockwork Legacy. I guess Teru is an easier target. Alright, let's go. So, basic action. Every monster has a basic action, but every monster's basic action is different. It's a nice bit of flavor. White Lion is very vanilla. So, 2 speed. So, roll 2 dice. Any dice that rolls a higher than a 2 hits. And it's going to deal 2 damage because of the 1 extra damage from Enraged. I guess I didn't explain this. No, it's good enough. We did see it earlier, but... So, while the White Lion has this in play, it gets 1 extra damage. This is a level 1 White Lion. But once someone dies or gets a dismembered severe injury, this is going to go into the discard pile. It's not gone forever. So if the white lion goes back through its AI deck, shuffles the discard in, it could be enraged again, which would suck. That'd be bad. Well, anyways, let's see how bad it gets with the basic attack here on Teru Teru. So we do have evasion. We've got one natural evasion because of our sweet stat boosts from Survival of the Fittest, and one evasion from Monster Grease. So, whoops. This is hitting on a 4 and up because of 2 evasion. So, that's only 1 hit. That's good. That is nice. I don't know where the hit location dice ran off to, so I can grab some new ones. Just like that. This mod is very, very handy. Alright. So, 2 damage to the legs. I could just take this damage. Or I could dodge. We have enough survival that dodging might just be fine. We should be good. I don't want to get knocked down this early. Plus, he's kind of sandwiched in there. So he's very vulnerable to certain reactions. We'll see what happens. So I will spend. Is as handy as this cot? Eh? What are you talking about? I mean, this cat does have hands. I would like to remove the hand again. Well, anyways. Yeah, hopefully we can get lucky and get some nice stuff. But yes, for those of you that joined during the settlement phase, the AI deck is the hit points. Every time you deal damage to the monster, instead of like taking down a number, you take a card out of the AI deck, put it in the wound stack, and then once the AI deck is gone, you deal 1 more damage and it's dead. So, in a perfect world, and by that I mean if we didn't get screwed, we would have had a Rawhide Headband going right now. Rawhide Headband is really good because you can look at the top cards, so you'll be able to prune the deck much more easily. Okay. So, let's get started on the survivor's turn. I would like to have E-Ghost go first. Yes. He's got the best chance of, like, doing damage and all that stuff. So, you can see the stats for the weapons over here, but it's very convoluted. If you don't know what you're looking at, it doesn't make much sense. But, I guess I don't need to zoom in. So, you can see on the left side, that's the attack profile. 1 speed, hits on a 7 and up, and it adds 3 to your strength. We'll go through this right now. But E-Ghost has busted stats because he got nominated for an event. Stuff happened. He got lucky. So 1 extra speed. So you can see right here. Roll 2 dice. There we go. So 2 speed, 2 dice. You'll hit on a 7 and up. So only 1 hit. So let me make sure this is shuffled. I'm scared. All right. So, yeah, every hit, you draw a hit location, and then you attempt to wound it, and then if you succeed in wounding, you deal damage. It's a bit convoluted, but it does make for some interesting stuff. It's cool, I guess. So, reflex. This is just a straight up reflex, so this will happen whether or not I deal damage. Unless I crit. Which would be very good. It would be very good if I crit, damn. But we have no extra luck, so it's only on a 10. So, nope. That's not even a wound. Damn. Yeah, the E-Ghost only fails on a 1 and a 2 with his bone darts. So, reflex. Full move the monster in a straight line. Cancel all hits now out of range. Any survivors passed over suffer grab. So, he goes up ahead. These guys get grabbed. These newbies are green. They're getting... They're turning red right now. Yeah, I guess I'll place them like this. So, grab, place target's knocked down in front of the monster. Target suffers 1 damage per monster level. So, the monster level's 1, so only 1 damage. If it doesn't say anything, it just says 1 damage, it goes to a random location. So, clockwork, 1 to the waist. Everyone does have cloth armor, at least, so that's nice. So, damage tokens only affect damage profiles like this. So this is still only 1 damage, which is nice. Alright, now, Teru. Head. So, heavy severe injury, heavy injury. So he gets knocked down, but he was already knocked down, so nothing changes. That's unfortunate. Next time he takes damage to the head, he'll have to roll on the table of big bad stuff. Alright. Now, these guys got knocked down, so they can't take a turn. Although, yeah, and the only guy left is that guy. I can spend survival to encourage them. That might be a good idea. Well, while we're not losing, we might as well try to pull ahead. Alright. So, poor Merkern. I'll spend 1 survival to encourage. So, we can get Clockwork Legacy back up on his feet. Or do I want to do Terra first? Nah, this is fine. Doesn't really matter that much. I want to go back here to the blind spot directly behind the monster. Doesn't count as in field of view, and you get +1 accuracy while you're back there. It's one of the weirder rules, but it's really important. So, Clockwork has the Bone Axe. Let's see. So, 2 speed, hit on a 5 and up from being in the blind spot, so 1 hit. 4 is not good enough, 6 is. There's a chance we just win this turn. 1 in 100 right now. Let's see. Heart of the cards. Do you believe in destiny? Decide the duel. Fight. Nah, quite the opposite. A 1 is not even good enough to wound. So, straining neck, you strike at the monster's throat. If we crit, we would have got a chance to knock down the monster, or just have it die at the end of the turn. It's a very interesting card. It's fun. And then I'll spend 1 survival to encourage Teru with Clockwork Legacy. So now he's up. He hasn't had a turn yet, so he can do whatever. And let's go move back here into the blind spot and attack with the Bone Blade. So this will wound on a 5 and up. 2 speed, hits on a 6 and up. It's just slightly worse than the Bone Axe. Beast's Femur. The blow lands on the monster's leg. Dimension the dice. Wait. Oh yeah, there is a button though. Is it this? Let's go. I almost pressed Control Z. That would have taken a while. Alright. An 8 is a wound. 100%. But yeah, I guess it didn't explain right now. So, to wound a location, you need to roll higher than the monster's toughness. It's just another AC check. And you add your strength from your weapon and your stat. But we finally got a wound in. Just 7 more to go. 8 more. Alright. Now Teru's taking his turn. Now, Mirkern. Alright. Standing back here is better. Because now we're in the tall grass, so we'll have evasion. He'll probably get targeted. Whatever. There we go. Nice. So let's attack with Piston Tooth. So we'll only hit on an 8 and up. Nothing. Alright, next turn. There we go. So yeah, the mod even resets the survival actions. It's very handy. So AI card. Let's see. Claw. Closest threat facing in range. So no one is facing. Closest threat field of view. That would be Merkern. Yeah. So 2 speed, 2 accuracy, 2 damage because of the enrage. Let's go. 2 hits. Well, it hit on a 3 and up because of 1 evasion, but let's see. 2 damage to the body and 2 to the legs. We have no survival on this dude. So we just have to take it. So that's a guarantee. That's 2 separate heavy injuries. That's still a knockdown. Nothing's... Getting knocked down while you're knocked down doesn't do anything. It doesn't even extend the knockdown. So that's nice. But now if he takes any damage to the body or the legs, we'll have to roll on the table where you can die. Alright. Now it's the survivor's turn. Let's get crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the white lion is still within bone dart range, which is great. The question is, do we want to move Merkern out of in front? Nah, he should be fine. Alright, let's go for it. Bone darts. Bone darts are ready. I haven't watched Spider-Man in forever. Alright. E-Ghost. Bone darts. Let's go. 2 hits. Okay, no, 1 hit. Perfect hits don't mean anything right now. Beast's Temple. Alright, so on a failure, it'll basic action us. On a success, on a crit, good stuff will happen. Let's go. Oh, come on. Talking mad trash for someone in Bone Dart Rage. Talking mad trash for someone in, in basic action range. Alright. So, here's the interesting thing. We do get to choose pathfinding. So, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Well, we can have it move around like that. I mean, we technically could choose to have the monster move like that and knock those guys over. But that's good for now. I used to think that you had to move it directly every time, which is not true. And may or may not have cost me an entire campaign. And that happened. Alright, so basic action. He is on the grass. Wait. I forgot to factor in the grass. Whatever. We'll see if that matters later. So... let's see. E-Ghost. 1 evasion, 2 from the grass, so 3. So a hit on a 5 or higher. Bag didn't touch grass. No! Ah! Alright, that's 2 hits. That sucks. So, 2 to the... waist or arms? Waist and arms. I can spend E-Ghost's last survival to dodge one of those. Waist is fine. Because he's got armor. I'll definitely take that damage. But do I want to dodge the damage to the arms? Wait. Oh, I forgot. E-Ghost is currently attacking, so he can't spend survival. So, he has to take it. Knocked down from taking a heavy injury. Now... yeah, Merkern is... he got knocked down earlier. So I'm probably not gonna encourage him. Hmm. Hmm. Now what? I mean, the easiest thing to do right now, the simplest course of action is just walk behind and attack from the blind spot, which does sound like a good idea for Clockwork Legacy, because he'll wound on a 4 and up. Alright, and hit on a 5 and up. One hit. Come on, baby. Papa needs a new pair of lion shoes. Fleshy gut. Alright. Come on. 5. That is a wound. Thank goodness. We don't get anything like the critical effect or anything fun like that. Alright. Now, Teru Teru. There's a good chance that the next AI card will only target threats in field of view throughout all the little targeting like things. So, knocked down survivors are not threats. And survivors in the blind spot are not in field of view. So this should be fine. We'll see. Alright. So, attack with the Bone Blade. Hit on a 5 and up. No hits. Okay. Next turn. Move these out of the way. Alright. Nah, get that out of there. Alright. Terra is the monster controller, so if we target him with the monster, he'll get 1 insanity, which is good. So, Chomp, closest threat, facing in range, closest threat in field of view, no targets. So, no target, sniff. Every monster has an instinct, the White Lion's is sniff. So, the White Lion sniffs the air and ends its turn. Until the end of the next round, all survivors are now threats, despite any effects that say otherwise. So, now, if things stayed like this, then the knockdown guys would be targeted by this. But end of the next monster turn, they got up, so let's go. How are we gonna do this? Egos can just run to this. He can just run all the way to the other patch of grass. He can touch grass for days. Cause yeah, 6 movement is really good. Any sort of movement increase is like incredibly hard to come by. All right, so let's attack with those bone darts again. All right, so we aren't in the blind spot. That's still only a 7 and up that hits. So no hits. Unfortunate. Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, I can attack with Teru, move him here, move Mercury into here, attack from the blind spot as well, and then attack with Clockwork Legacy from the blind spot, and move him up here. So he'll be the target. He'll be in tall grass, so he gets the extra evasion, and he's already got the grease for extra evasion, and he's got enough survival to dodge. So, this would probably be the best thing to do. So, let's attack. Terra. Oh, let's make sure Egos is marked off as having taken his turn. Alright. So, Bone Blade from the back. We're looking for 5 and up. 2 hits. Could be scary. Could be not scary. Alright, no trap card. Beast's Heel. And Beast's Brow. That would cause a, brain trauma, I believe. Yeah. So, let's go for the heal first. Oh, if we crit, it's knocked down. Alright. You clip the tensed muscles of the heel. Let's go. 4. That's not even a wound. That's just disappointing. I want a refund. Beast's Brow. If we crit, we don't have to take the basic attack. Alright, come on. That's not bad, I guess. So if we wounded, we would have gotten that reaction. So that's probably better to not have done damage at all. But we are running the deck down. There is a trap card in there, and there aren't really worse reactions than the trap. I don't know. Yeah, as long as we keep the area in front of the lion clear, there really aren't that many bad reactions. So, Mirkern, let's swing in with Fist and Tooth. Hope for crits. Alright. We didn't even hit. Alright, now Clockwork Legacy. No. Alright. Let's go for that sick bone axe. Let's see. As long as you roll a 5 and an up, yep, 2 hits. And watch one of these be the trap card. Yeah, exactly. So, the clever ploy. The attacker is caught in the White Lion's ruse and is savagely mauled. Doomed, so can't do any actions until this is done and perform basic action. Da, da, da. We don't even get to try to attack the beast's flank. So, 2 attacks. Enough speed and accuracy to be annoying. If we don't get knocked down, we can move to the tall grass, I guess. So, 2 evasion. So, a 4 and up hits. So that is 2 hits. Alright, 2 damage to the waist and arms. There we go. And he's knocked down. He will be considered a threat this round because of Sniff. There we go. Now, I haven't been keeping track of who has dealt wounds. That sucks. That might be relevant. Well, anyways, next turn. Come on. So, Mirkern is the controller. Combo Claw. Closest threat facing in range. Mirkern is going to be the target, unfortunately. Or maybe Clockwork Legacy. Now we should be fine. Alright. So, move and attack. Accuracy 4 and up. Well, if it's Clockwork, then it's 6 and up. There's a 50% chance. And he's got one... He can dodge one of the attacks. Lion coup de grace. Yeah, Mirkern is gonna take it, I guess. Come on. That's only 1 hit. Yeah. That's... So... If it deals damage more than once, you draw an AI card. Only once. So we're good. We're good. But we're still taking 2 damage. And we don't have any survival to dodge with. 2 to the body. Okay. Let me check the rules on Cannibalize. Okay. So if someone dies during the showdown, we will get to draw. just checking in advance. There's no guarantee that he'll die. But let's see how gruesome it is. 8. Broken rib. It even hurts to breathe. Suffer -1 permanent speed. This injury is permanent and can be recorded multiple times. Gain 1 bleed token. So, if we roll a 1 or a 2 on one of those, or if we get 5 bleed tokens, we'll die. Alright. Severe injuries. Broken rib. There we go. You can cure broken injuries at one of the innovations. But we might not see that happen. Let me make sure this is shuffled. I'm scared. So, yeah, and now we're only getting 1 attack in with Fist and Tooth or Founding Stone. He's not in a good... F in chat. Well, anyways... Yeah, that's it for the monster turn. Alright. Now, Clockwork Legacy gets up at the end of the monster turn. And let's get going. Lion wants a McRib. And he broke it. He broke it. Alright, Clockwork Legacy has the bone axe, so let's go in hard from the blind spot. Get that one extra accuracy. Only one hit. Good enough. Beast Temple. Please just please roll 4 or higher. Okay. Basic action. Come on. Alright. So, damn, that sucks. So 2 and up, 4 and up, 6 and up hits. So that's 2 hits. We can't even dodge because we're attacking. So, to the legs, to the body. Things are looking dire. You've got one spot left on your head that's on. You haven't been punched in the head yet, but everywhere else, yeah. I didn't. It's not my fault. Frick. Well. Uh. Hmm. Hmm. I'm considering using one of the founding stones, Mirkern's founding stone, just because he's not doing much else. I might want to just use it before he dies. Yeah. Hmm. Lucky. Yeah. Eghost, still our best chance at wounding, and Teru, our third best chance at wounding, and our best tank for some reason. All right, let's. I can move there, I guess. So Mirkern could just take another hit on or something. Uh, uh. I really am thinking about just throwing that stone. Doesn't sound. Every location has a crit, unless it's the trap card. And founding stones are very useful because this scales with the monster basically. Let's just go for Fist and Tooth. That is not a hit. All right, let's retreat. Get the hell out of there. All right, Eghost. I could just go to the blind spot to attack, actually. That might not be a bad idea. So, 1 more accuracy, so he'll hit on a 6 and up. Come on, baby. 1 hit. Nice. Fuzzy Groin. Hit the monster right in the ding-dong. Let's go. Alright, that is a wound. No crit. That's good, that's good, that's good. That's our first wound in a while. Now... Oh yeah. I've already taken action with those nerds. Teru. No testes. No dice, no dice. Not yet. Let's just Bone Blade from behind. Come on. 1 hit. Alright. Ribs. No, let's get our McRibs back. Broken ribs for broken ribs. That's not even a wound. Dongers stay firmly in place for this round. Next turn. Eghost is the controller. Claw. Closest threat, facing in range. No one. Closest threat, field of view. I'm sorry. He's just getting bullied constantly. Uh, let's go like this. That should be better, maybe? Alright. Come on. No whammies. Ah, fuck. So, one hit. I believe. 2, 4, 5 and up. Yeah. That's one hit. So, 2 damage to the body. Alright. Time to break a rib. 4. Ah. Gaping chest wound. Suffer -1 permanent strength. This injury is permanent and can be recorded multiple times. Gain 1 bleed token. This dude's not having a good time. At all. There we go. He's getting gimped. Alright. And here we go. Poor dude. That sucks. That's all I can say about the situation. We've dealt 3 wounds over the course of 4 turns. That's okay. Alright, Clockwork Legacy gets back up. Alright. Let's... So if any reaction makes the White Lion just charge forward, Mirkern will get caught in that. But I kind of want him to tank damage because unfortunately he's been gimped to hell and back. If I wanted to be optimal, I wouldn't do this, but I'm gonna use the Founding Stone for the sake of speed. So, crit, tricep, nice. Oh, so yeah, you can use your action to sling the stone from anywhere on the board, archive it, just throw it back in the box for 1 automatic hit that inflicts a critical wound. Okay, there is something silly about that. If you draw a location without a critical wound effect, it doesn't even wound in the first place. It's a bit silly. So, wound, and the torn muscle causes agonizing pain. Discard 1 mood currently in play. The White Lion is knocked down. Fucking based. So, while a monster is knocked down, all reactions are cancelled, and all hit rolls succeed on a 3 and up. So, accuracy doesn't matter for the rest of this round. While the monster is knocked down. If it draws the trap, it gets back up, which sucks. But you ignore reactions. So, you can see on this one, reaction failure, perform basic action. If we fail to wound this location while it's knocked down, we would not get that reaction. We'd be fine. So, basically, this is great. And this got discarded. So, now it's back to dealing 1 damage per attack, but the damage has really already been done. Most of the characters are already at the point where it sucks. Alright. So yeah, even dealing 1 damage to a location that's already been filled out is still 1 roll on the severe injury table. Okay, now... Yeah, Mirkern can stay there. Sorry. Alright. So now we don't even have to worry about being in the blind spot. But that is still good for tanking. I guess Terror can go from the front. Okay. No, not that. I didn't mean to pick up that. Okay. Let's go with E-Ghost first. Where do I want him? No, Clockwork Legacy first. Because he can, because now E-Ghost can move there and attack. And if he draws the trap card, it won't get anyone else knocked down and knocked back. Okay. So, hit on a 3 and up with these. Fuck, that's only 1 hit. Damn it. E-Ghost. Okay. So we don't even have to worry about the wound. So either we deal damage or we crit. All right. 8. That's a wound, not a crit. But still, that's great. Now, okay, that was Mirkin's turn. That was Ego's turn. Yeah, see, if we had innovated Inner Lantern by now, this is the time when you want to be surging, so you could make the most out of your turns. Yeah, getting more actions is worth the survival when it's great like this. Let's see, Teru or Egos first. Yeah, because you can go if he draws the trap, you go 1, 2. Yeah. He can make it to him without knocking anyone else over or anything silly like that. So, wait. Oh, I attacked with Clockwork Legacy. Wait, what? Ah, I did get it mixed up. But everything worked out exactly as it would have if Clockwork Legacy attacked with the bone axe, which is what I meant to do. If you're moving a bit too fast, you can make mistakes like that. But everything worked out exactly as it would have. So, hit on a 3 and up. That's 1 hit. So, wound on a 3 and up as well. Alright. Scapular deltoid. Let's go. No. Alright, boys. That is still a wound. Nice. Alright. Nothing fun, though. Yeah, we dealt, like... We dealt 3 wounds this turn so far. Dare I say, based. Let's go ahead and take Teru into the front. Because he can tank. He's only taking damage to the head. And he's still got survival. And he's got 2 evasion. And he's in the grass. Everything's great. Alright, 3 and up. 2 hits. No trap card. Nice. Knee and fleshy gut. Alright, doesn't matter the order. So, hit the White Lion's sturdy kneecap. Alright. 1. That's not even a wound. Ugh. Fleshy gut. Come on. 8. That's not a crit. But, still a wound. That's good enough. Alright. Now, monster turn. Yeah, it's only got 2 AI cards left. We've almost already killed it. This is, dare I say, based. So, Chomp. Closest threat, facing, in range. So, Mercurin or Teru. It's only got 1 speed. And it always hits the head. If it hits. So, I'll target Teru. And... let's see. That is a hit. No. Not that head. So. Yeah, I don't even need to roll the location. I'll spend 1 survival to dodge. Alright. Easy. Here's the silly thing. Okay. Oh no. Oh fuck. I think I jostled an HDMI cable. I thought I accidentally like pulled the power cord on my computer. Okay, we're good. Nothing happened. So the screen went blank for a sec. So you see that little exclamation mark and text at the bottom? If there's a location for the jaw. If you crit it, the White Lion's jaw flies off. And it's a persistent injury because it affects this AI card. So, if you draw this card after critting the jaw, the White Lion will instead just vomit on everyone adjacent, and all survivors adjacent will get 1 insanity. Good morning, Caleb. Welcome. Pick target sniff. Oh, you don't even know. You don't know that half of it. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the realm. All right. So if you get this as the last AI card, and you've gotten that persistent injury, You critted that location. Until you deal damage again, it's just gonna keep giving your survivors insanity. You can just you can choose an arbitrarily large number of insanity to give your survivors. It's silly. uh, yeah. If I can, I will. But so that happened. But yeah, welcome to one of the board games of all time. Let's see. That was the monster turn. And let's try to kill it this turn. This is a fetish game, fetish and horror. Is there a difference? Weak. Weakling. So, oh yeah, Caleb, you're getting added to the list. Let's see. Yeah, everyone who says anything in chat gets added to the list of survivor names. Let's see. There we go. All right. But yes, this game is actually pretty cool. The whole AI deck being the hit points. So, have Taro uses movement to move back there, uses action to attack. Bone Blade. Come on, baby. One hit. No. Alright. The ear. Let's see if we wound. So we'll have to roll a 5 or higher. Ah, thank fuck. Fetish game without a PP sounds like a horror game. So this is a fetish game. Welcome to the Yab. No. So we didn't fail, so we don't have that reaction, and we didn't crit, so everything's fine. That was the... No. There we go. So one of these cards is Enrage. The other, I don't know. No, I don't remember. So, let's see. Terra just took his turn. So now we've got Clockwork Legacy and Mirkern and E-Ghost. Alright. Let's take a turn with Clockwork. Yeah, Bone Axe. So we'll hit on a 5 and up. 0 hits. Okay. Okay, buddy. Alright, E-Ghost. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's within range of our Bone Darts. So, 2 speed. Hit on a 7 and up. 1 hit. This could get rid of that one. That would be nice. So, Strange Hand. Oh. Does E-Ghost have survival? No. Damn it, he can't get that. Have only fought 2 lions in 4 hours? This is pretty good pace, dude. Welcome to Kingdom Death Monster. Fuck. Come on. He's gotten that. That's not a wound. That's a failure. Perform basic action, target the attacker. E-Ghost, I'm sorry. You're a failure. I guess this is a equidistant. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's fine. Put Terra. No. This should be technically better. You know, I'm making breakneck pace. Alright. So yeah, basic action. So only 1 damage though, I forgot. No, the Enrage is not in play anymore. Thankfully. So plus he's got massive evasion. Oh, fucking come on. Come on. So let's see. 2 and up, tall grass, an extra 2 evasion. So 4 and up, he's got 2 evasion. No, he's only got 1 evasion, so a 5 and up hits, so poor dude. So that's 1 damage to the... Let's see. Head and to the waist. That's fine. He'll get knocked down. There we go. Now, it's Mirkern's turn to save the day. Let's just stand right here so Mirkern takes damage. No. That's a bit rude. Alright. Now, attacking it would have a very high chance of just triggering a reaction that would do something nasty, like move him forward, grab him, deal 1 damage, then he'd have to roll on the table, and then he'd just fucking die. Sorry, Mirkern. He's got broken ribs and just a hole in his chest. All right. Monster turn. Let's go. What is it? Enrage. Mirkern hero moment? Maybe. he's not looking too hot. So now the monster has no cards left. So mood cards aren't in the deck or anything. And it's instructing us to draw an AI card, but there's nothing there. So, basic action. So, close to survivor, field of view, in range. We could target E-Ghost. Or Mirkern. Listen. The stats are stacked against them. Alright. Let's fucking go. No. That is 2 hits. Alright. So 2 damage to the... If he survives, this is gonna be fucking cool. Okay, yeah. 2 damage to the waist and 2 damage to the arms. Neither of those kill him. Nice. And then, since E-Ghost got knocked down during the survivor turn, whatever, end of the next monster turn, it's here. E-Ghost gets up. Next monster turn, Mirkern will get up. Alright. So, let's see. How the hell are we gonna do this? Good morning, Scotty. How's the year 1 fight going? It's okay. Oh yeah. Welcome to the survivor name list. You're 35th in line, not including names already taken. All right. Yeah, good morning. Welcome to this. I'm playing Community Edition, so some things are a little bit better. But yeah, it's almost over. He's got 0 cards. No one has died. Someone is crippled beyond belief. And it's good night. Yeah, it's like almost 4:30 a.m. for me. It's great. Alright. Let's see. I want to move these guys out of the way so they don't get killed. In case of a bad reaction from the lion. Clockwork can just attempt to move from the side. 9:30 p.m. Nice. Based. Alright. Let's try... Yeah, just bone axe from the side. This could be it. So, 6 and up will hit. 2 hits. Yeah, let's just draw the trap card. No? Oh, nice. Nice. Alright, so, soft belly or the femur. Both of these can give us a random white lion resource. And... yeah. Okay. Yeah, either of these are fine. This shouldn't make a difference. Let's go for the belly. We're almost done. Alright. So, a debilitating blow to the soft belly. 8. Not a crit, but it is a wound. It's dead. Thank you for the raid, Era. Welcome everyone to the survivor name list. Let's see. Good morning, Attenborough _ 83. Good morning, Kimmy Spice. Good morning, Era Channel. Good morning, Rando Lurk with a 3. Good morning, Mario Rossi. No. Rossi Penguin. Moves in play don't count as HP. Yeah, absolutely. And good morning, Bone Miser. And good morning, Dirk 39. I've already got 42 names on the list. Let's go. But yeah, you're just in time to watch me get the stuff. Only one person died. Only Pig died. And good morning, Spooky. There you go. The stay-at-home ghost. And good morning, Garu Garo. Only one person died in Kingdom Death. Must be a good run. No, it's only year 1. But death trait gone? No. And the death was in the prologue, though. Yeah, the year 1 fight is actually the hardest one. Yeah, no, 1 death during the prologue is actually optimal. I did actually take, for I guess the nerds that want to know, I did take Cannibalize just because I wanted to try out the Community Edition one. Prologue with the Lion Dude. Oh yeah. And we just killed the other lion. So wait, how was the Era stream? I got distracted. Was it fun? Did everyone have a good time? Very good. Nice. I need to set up a shout-out bot. Educational. Good morning, Akaiji Margo channel. Welcome to the list. Akiaji. There we go. Dramatic. What game were you playing? Second one hit hard with injuries, but he's still alive. Yeah, he's like this is pretty bad. Broken ribs, gaping chest wound. Neither of those are good. Fujoshi's and Yumijoshi. I'm not well versed in that kind of stuff. Somehow. Oh no. That's. I don't even. Rune Factory? I don't know. Count your lucky stars? I'll check the VOD. I don't know what to say. Well, if you want Mpreg content, you can wait for the Gambler's Chest to be released for Kingdom Death Monster, and you can get the Smog Singers. Oh no. These weird man-faced shrimp with this game has very creative designs, to say the least. But yeah, I guess this was a pretty good fight. Our incredibly good survivor for this far into the game did end up well. Yeah, the art is so good. But yes. Okay. Let's do the aftermath. So, everyone gets 1 hunt XP. No one has any weapon proficiency, so we don't need to worry about that. So, let's get started on doing that. I didn't take anyone from the first fight in, so that should be no one's hitting the first age milestone. All right. We're gonna see the fun part where we build stuff. All right, and we're getting the rewards. Not that bad for deadly weapon. Those together, yeah. Minus strength to having fist and tooth, but minus speed is, yeah. If he was going for a crit build, then yes. Or if he's going for a high strength build, then yeah. They're both bad. Too bad it's expensive. Hard as balls without virtual tools. This mod is so good. Look at okay, watch this, watch this, watch this. Okay. You're not gonna believe this. Look at this mess. Okay. One hit. One hit deadly weapon. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. I guess Piston Tooth is the best option, but then he's got horrible accuracy for that, so it'll take a while. Okay. Cleanup showdown. There you go. Took all the nonsense out. Alright. Oh, I need to reset the basic resource deck. Alright. So we get oh. It's our first time beating it as a quarry. So we get the Guitarium, where we can build cat-themed weapons and armor and whatnot. 4 basic resources and 4 white lion resources. We didn't get any resources from crit locations, which sucks. So our basic stuff. A skull. That does actually do something. So when you gain this, survivor of your choice gains 1 insanity. I'll put it on E-Ghost. He's got it too good right now. And then 4 white lion resources. Interesting. Or on hunt. Yeah, if we got lion cubs, we'd be doing pretty well for ourselves. Unfortunately, we didn't. Okay. So, yeah, this game is very complex. Not complex, but there's a lot going on at a lot of times. It's fun. So, over the course of the prologue and year 1. Oh wait, no, never mind. This is all hide. Oh, thank fuck. I forgot. I thought I didn't get any hide. So yeah, there's 3 main classes of resources. You can see up at the top. It's labeled as right underneath the title is bone, organ, and hide. So most stuff, unless it calls for a specific flavor of resource, like, well, we just unlocked the Catarium. What hunt events? I didn't clean that up yet, so I can go ahead and check. Aromatic breeze. So just move the lion 1 space closer and mark the territory. And no one had enough understanding to get the free innovation, so nothing really happened. For the ones that I rolled, clear water and the fruits in the opposite order. So everyone just ended up losing 1 survival and then gaining 1 survival. So, and gaining courage and understanding on some of them. 1 guy got 1 understanding, everyone else also got 1 courage. This game is a bit weird to jump into in media res or whatever. So, in terms of looking at all this nonsense. So, let's get to the point where I'm building gear, and then we'll discuss what does what. So, we do have okay. So, survivors return. Don't heal them yet, despite what it says, because of because clinging mists. We'll see if we'll see if we get new game plus this early. Is Lantern Year 2 now? Yes. Oh yeah, I forgot to check that off. Once we hit Lantern Year 1. Random events are worse than a bad quarry event. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I was saying that we didn't get anything special. Yeah, one of the campaigns that I played before, I ended up getting lion statues like constantly. So I got like a bunch of understanding on a bunch of dudes. It was pretty good. But anyways, I already gave everyone hunt XP. Drew all the stuff. Got plagued a bunch in 1 campaign and just crumbled. That's how it goes. That has happened to me as well. I was playing Survival of the Fittest, and I did get a little greedy. I had some cool dudes, but whatever. But shuffle just in case. So, first things first. Well, technically, mark down the year. Now, let's draw a settlement event. Hopefully it's Plague or Murder, because that's fun. Now, Triathlon of Death. This one's a little silly, because this is made for playing with multiple players. I'll read it out. So yes, at the start of every settlement phase, every year, you draw a settlement event for what happens. So, Triathlon of Death. The settlement engages in games of skill. Each player nominates a different survivor. Every nominated survivor determines their score for each possible contest. Survivor's score determines their place. If the settlement only has one survivor, do not roll. They realize that they have been competing against themselves and gain +3 insanity, a random disorder, and a last man standing fighting art. We've got more than one survivor, so we don't need to worry about that. That's almost never going to happen, and is very silly. But there's some rules debate over what you're supposed to do. Some people just say since there's only one player, I only nominate one survivor, so that survivor gets first place in all activities. And yeah, that's a bit weird. Or some other people say you play as 4 survivors, or 4 players. We've just encountered a religious debate this quickly. Yeah, I guess 4 is good enough for entertainment. I'll just pick. I believe I just want to pick anyone who hasn't seen any action at all. So let's see. Yeah, from this point on, no one has done anything yet. So Wood HPL, V Templar, Mike, and Bingo, Congo, Dango. All right. So, got new life? Yeah, I did choose Survival of the Fittest. I was very tempted to try out the community edition for the Protect the Young. Yeah, I'm playing with the community edition like changes to the game, because this game is very unbalanced. It rebalances some weapons. Frail, instead of archiving the gear, I can show this off very easily. It breaks and it changes state. So it just becomes worse. Loses the affinity, and you can spend an endeavor to repair it. Oh yeah, I didn't go about gaining endeavors. So for the settlement phase, you've got these resources and you've got the yearly endeavors. You can't save your endeavors for next year. You get 1 for every returning survivor. We had 4 dudes return, so we're good. Also, okay, no, I need to check this. I need to know. Where is it? Weapon crafter. Alright. Here's one of the most infamous weapons. Where is it? Counterweighted axe. So, normally, okay, what does it do now? On a perfect hit, a wound attempt in your attack automatically succeeds. Okay. So, perfect, okay. So, here's one of the strange mechanics of the game. In order to deal damage, reach 2, baby. Yeah, that's not the scary part. So, first of all, you need to see if you actually hit. So, say for Bone Blade. So, here's how it works. Up in the top left is the weapon profile. So, 2 is your speed. That's how many times you roll dice. That's how many dice you roll. 6 and up, that's accuracy. So any dice that get 6 and up, that's a hit. And then 2 is the strength. So first, you'd go like this, or whatever. You'd get 1 hit. You draw one of the monster's hit locations. And then you'd roll to see if you beat the monster. Then now you get into the real like AC from like D&D and Pathfinder and whatnot. You roll that. You roll a dice, add your strength, and see if it beats the monster's toughness. The thing is, a lot of hit locations will have bad stuff happen if you don't win that wound roll. So you want to go with slow weapons with high strength. That's the optimal strategy. But counterweighted axe in the vanilla game, instead, what it said was on a perfect hit, you just automatically wound the top card. Or no, you don't even draw an AI card. You just inflict 1 wound. It's something insanely stupid like that. So the super cheese that you can do, if you can manage to get like negative accuracy on a survivor, and high speed helps, and you can increase the perfect hit range with a fighting art or 2. Basically, you could get it to the point where you would only get perfect hits. So instead of having to even interact with the hit location deck, you could have a survivor that just can deal damage. You don't even have to bother with toughness. And there's some monsters like the level 3 hand and the gold smoke knight, which have insane toughness, like 30 compared to like 8. So this is still really, really, really good, but it's not as insane. Also, it counts as an axe, which is cool. There we go. Yeah, no, it's okay. Here's the coolest weapon in the game. The Zenbato. This is really good. It's possible to cheese that way, but intentionally lowering your accuracy is kind of awkward. Yeah. But still, just doing it that way is really good. This bad boy is really good. Yeah, 6 strength. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll play with that bad boy as soon as we can, because that's a life goal. That is something we want to work towards. It's not even that difficult to get. Okay. Let's finish the triathlon of death. So, whatever. Let's bring the card over here, I guess. So, we got What HPL, V Templar, Mike, and Bingo. Now let's just do them in this order. So, whatever. Alright. So, first, race. Everyone has the same stats. Yeah. None of these survivors have had anything cool happen to them yet. Yeah, we've already got to do with -1 accuracy, I thought. No, -1 speed. Damn it. Oh yeah, there is another thing you can do with that. There is a way to get infinite speed, basically. Or if you can get arbitrarily high insanity, you can translate that to arbitrarily high speed. Wait, no. No, it's just on the butcher fight. You can just insta-kill it with that. You can basically roll an arbitrarily large number of dice, and then you'll get an arbitrarily large number of perfect hits. And then just insta-kill the butcher. It's silly. It shouldn't work. There we go. So, let's see. Does it say in the case of a tie? Huh. If you get a tie, does it go down or up? You tie for second place, right? Oh, this would be tying for third place. Fuck. Well, V Templar got first place. +1 permanent movement. Insane. the, there are a very small number of ways to get extra movement. This is one of them. So now V Templar is insane. There we go. Who got second place? Let's see. Mike. He gets 1 courage. And I guess you tie for third. So that's 2 pairs of rawhide boots, which is strange to think about. You're just getting the... Huh. You're just pulling resources out of nowhere. So we are gonna start working on the rawhide set. So boots. Reset. No. There we go. Boots. Reset. But yes. Well, that's the first event done. I could have just taken the dice over there. Whatever. Debate contest. None of them should have understanding yet. So, come on. Wed is the Ben Shapiro of the settlement. Bragging rights and 1 skull. All right. One of the interesting things is, shit. So we got the skull out of the deck. So we don't get this. We don't get anything, right? Yeah. The deck is specifically like the limit of stuff. It's a bit silly, but that's how it goes. Second place gets 1 understanding. We're tied for second with V Templar and Bingo Kango Dongo. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, apathetic for the loser. That sucks. Let's see. 1 understanding, I thought. Let me double check. Yeah. I believe apathetic is one of the worst. Let's see if it's the one I'm thinking of. There's apathetic. The disorders are just like, I guess, negative quirks from Darkest Dungeon, if you want to look at it like that. There we go. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, it's real bad. You've given up. Nothing seems to matter. You have no concern with your own well-being. You cannot use or gain survival. You cannot gain courage. Cure this disorder if you have 8+ understanding. Yeah. No. Who was that? Was that Mike? Alright, I never have to say Mike's name on stream. Good morning, Noodles. Wait, no, you've been here. Yeah, immune to fear? Maybe. No. Sorry, Mike. Harvest Mike for resources? Maybe. Yeah, if we get the heart flute, we could. Oh yeah, cannibalism isn't that bad for heart fluting now. Alright. And now, fight contest. There we go. Let's see. 2 6s, 5, and a 1. +1 weapon proficiency level. No one's got weapon proficiency yet. Third place. Yeah, second Night Noodles. Oh no. No. Random fighting art. We haven't seen much of this yet. So, who is it? Who is it that got it? V Templar. And okay, Mike loses an arm as well. That's unfortunate. All right, double dash. Interesting. Not the best. Maybe it is. I don't know. I haven't used this that much. But, so, during your act, once per round, you may spend your action to gain a movement. Hey, I forgot to ask, this base game or expansions? Be pretty bummed. Yeah, I don't know. You'd be pretty apathetic about it. Uh, that was V Templar, right? Yeah, I've got uh makes a move 12 as if he uses that. Wait, did he win? Oh shit! Let's go. It's fast as fuck, boy. Let's go. That's sick. But yeah, no, I've got the. I don't know if I wanted to add any of the other expansions yet. So I've just got the Manhunter and Community Edition. I am a fan of the Manhunter. It makes the game a lot more fun, even if you have to add a couple extra fights. Oh yeah, dismembered arm. Poor Mike. So no leg. There we go. So dismembered arm. You can no longer activate two-handed weapons. This injury is permanent and can be recorded twice. If you have two dismembered arms, you cannot activate any weapons other than fist and tooth. Oh, there we go. So the yab machine mic has been yabbed. There we go. Nice. Nubs and tooth. Yeah, pretty much. You can absolutely use fist and tooth with a dismembered jaw, dismembered arms, and a dislocated jaw or shattered jaw. You can fire arrows with two dismembered arms, I believe. Put the fist in your mouth. Yeah, no, that's the anime way to do it. All right. Okay, that's it for the triathlon. I do like recording what happened on here. Da, da, da. There we go. Oh yeah, and I fought a white lion. All right. Now, okay. What else? What else? Oh yes, endless screams. Rip the best fight once and no one, so no plus strength. Yeah, no one got it. No, we didn't even have any weapon proficiency. Uh, that would have been nice. So this happens. Uh, all right. A scream pierces the silence around the settlement. As the noise fades, a chorus of horror rises up in answer. The settlement erupts in chaos, trying to comprehend the source of the terrible wail. You may now hunt the screaming antelope. Add it to the quarry list on the settlement record sheet. Nominate a single survivor to stand amidst the madness. They gain +1 courage and become the voice of reason. Did dodge torn foot. Yeah. Although, yeah, it's screaming goat. Oh yeah. It is a little bit different. It's got a let's see. Da-na-na-na. Where is it? His art is fucking beautiful. Yeah, it's got like a mouth on its stomach. It's great. Not I. Maybe I will just to fuck with you. Nah, let me show you. So some of the art is a little bit different. We'll never see this page. This page will never come up. Okay. That one's a bit infamous for being very anime. There are more than a few artists that have worked on this. Hmm. It still is kind of cool. That was the other. Oh no. What are you thinking about, like the frog dog or something? Well, anyways, yeah. So Triathlon of Death ended up being okay. Voice of Reason being insane. It's fine. So here's the results. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Da, 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 da. Nothing too interesting. We could just lose the courage. Yeah, this mob tells you how they might have a gimmick to change what you do. This one's is back kick. Hmm. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So basically, yeah, the antelope just like attacks in the blind spot constantly. Who shall be the voice of reason? Oh yeah, there should be a button to clear skip next hunt. I don't remember where it lives. Hmm. Oh, there we go. And now post-traumatic stress should be done. I'll do it. Whatever. I'll do it later. So, but yeah. Overall, the antelope is the easiest to farm for resources. It's it's something. Let's see. Yeah, let's nominate someone who hasn't been doing anything. Courage and understanding at. No one is at anything particularly interesting. Yeah, no one's gotten up too far. Uh, it seems like yeah, no one's above 1 on any of them. The person nominated to be the C2 on someone? Really? Did I miss it? Oh no. Oh shit, yeah. Iwuni. Uh oh yeah. I believe 2 courage for first, yeah. For let's see. Where does it live? Principal New Life. Yeah. For okay, yeah, no. That dude's going that dude's gonna stand against the darkness. Or whatever anime phrase. Kingdom Hearts is stand against the darkness. Voice of reason. So let me just clear this. That dude's gonna be the dude. And let's see what happens. Alright. 1. Uh this would be the survivor's face turns pale and the courage drains from their eyes. Without hesitation, the survivor turns on their heels and dashes for the darkness. Sadly, their foot catches a stone face and they fall face first into the floor. The survivor loses 1 courage and suffers the shattered jaw, severe head injury. Hmm. Does bold happen? I do get the courage. Not getting that now. uh, I guess it depends on when you think it checks. Yes, bold happens. Huh. It is once per lifetime though, so it won't happen again. Yeah, correct. Unless he gets a new lifetime. You lose it at the same time. Hmm. Good morning, Phrasme. Darkness Unbound. Welcome to the name list. There we go. Okay. I think it's fine either way. So, whatever. Now, don't think it checks mid-event. Fair enough. Although the rules aren't very definite on a lot of things. All right. Now, now, now we're finished dealing with all the nonsense. Page 38 of the rules. Da -da -da. Da -da 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 -da. Story events. Uh, hmm. Milestones indicated by heavy unfilled boxes. Special rules. Gain experience. Hmm. Hmm. Indicated right now. Story events are listed. Huh. Immediately trigger. Hmm. Last sentence of the page. Fill in the box and immediately trigger the corresponding. I guess it's fine. Yeah, it's not like it breaks anything. We'll see what happens. Alright, so he gains the courage and he loses the courage. And... let's see. So, you get different results based on what phase this happens during. We were just doing the showdown, which is the battle with the monster. The hunt phase is when you're going to go to the showdown. You do a bunch of stuff. And settlement phase is what we're on right now. No, nice. Matchmaker. Nice. So, in a single moment, your perspective changes profoundly. So, settlement phase triumphed. In this fleeting existence, every moment shared creates meaning. The bonds forged between survivors give you hope. Gain the following ability and roll on the table below. So, Matchmaker, when you're a returning survivor, once per year, you may spend one endeavor to intimacy. So, you can make two people make relations with. There we go. Search. Matchmaker. Alright. So, let's see, who's it? Iwuni. Alright. There we go. Now I can delete that. He's not a returning survivor, so doesn't matter this year. But now we want to take him out because being able to consistently perform intimacy is great. And we get a roll d10 to get some other benefit. Maybe permanent stats, or maybe just an endeavor. The endeavor is your like settlement phase resource that's only there for that time. 9 +1 permanent strength. This dude's based. This dude is based. Alright. Okay. Now we can start looking at resources and crafting new stuff. Get laid and boost your stats with one simple trick. Yeah, bro, just have courage. Also, jaw. Wait, what? From the 1. Oh, yeah, he's got Shattered Jaw. I forgot. No. Alright. That's not too bad. I think. So, you can no longer consume or be affected by events requiring you to consume. You can no longer encourage, and this injury is permanent and can be recorded once. Ah, poor guy. Alright. I guess... yeah, post-traumatic stress does get erased, I believe. No, I don't know. I'll go with the I'll read the arguments if that ever comes up as being relevant. There's only one time that I think it's relevant, when you have disorders that don't actually do anything, but we should be fine. So, time for meat and potatoes. We've got the Guitarium. It's not the worst since consume can hurt you. Yeah, there are a couple hunt events that you can get that are like anyone who can consume has to consume. Stuff like that. So, let's see. How much bone do we have? Yeah, we've only got the lion claw and the skull. I think we can make some good stuff. So, let's see. Lion Beast Qatar is great. So, 1 lion claw, 1 hide. I'll show it off because I'm definitely gonna make that. I think. Yeah. We can make almost a full set of rawhide. Go headband, vest, and pants. Or gloves. Nah, gloves would be better. Pants don't do anything on their own. Yeah, we've got cloth. It does the exact same thing. All rawhide pants do is fill out the set. Skull can be used for 2 bones for the skull helm. But let's see. I think I'd rather have the catgut bow. So do it like that. And now we got one organ left over. Monster Grease is good. Lucky Charm is good, but we don't have anything to activate it with. Fecal Salve is okay. I mean, we could just let it sit around. Make something else with it next year. It's not a bad idea, but... So. Yeah, we've already got pretty good stuff, but... No. Whoops. Huh. I've never accidentally pressed that button yet. Yeah, the quality of life on this mod is incredible. You can just... I can just accidentally delete this like this, and then reset it. Great. Tech deck is an option? Wait, what? Huh. Weird. I don't know how that works. So, where is it? LBK. This is a classic. Oh no. So, remove those. So, this bad boy. Deadly. That's the important part. So, 2 speed, 7 and up. Stuff like bad. Oh, innovations. I think I'd rather go and... Well, I could innovate. Actually, we might be fine right now to start innovating. I don't know how much a bow is going to get us in terms of everything. Well, it's pretty good. So the catgut bow. Oh no. There we go. So, cumbersome. You have to spend a movement in addition to your action. So, if you want to attack with the bow, you can't move. Or you'd have to dash, which we don't have available yet. It's got range 6. You can aim with it. So, you can reduce the speed by 1 to get extra accuracy, which is okay. But I guess the bone darts are better right now. But the thing about the bow is that you can fire arrows with it. And the clawhead arrow is pretty damn good. So, if you hit, you can only use arrows once per showdown. And you have to have a bow, all that stuff. But if you hit, the monster gains -1 evasion token. That's great. So that means all survivors for the rest of the fight, every weapon is going to be a little bit more consistent. It's just a great buff. There's other stuff as well. Hollow point arrow from the Phoenix is great. Reducing movement for the monster can just break the deck, basically. Well, we'll see that happen. I might as well explain this right now. Cat Eye Circlet is one of the best crutches to lean on in the entire game. It's great. So, you can spend your action to look at the next 3 hit locations and put them back in any order. Normally, you're just drawing blind off the top of the deck. The trap card could be the very next card and you wouldn't know. But if you have one dude running support, doing stuff like Cat Eye Circlet and Rawhide Headband, basically, you have one character sitting off to the side and just making sure everything runs fine. The game is a lot easier. I do want to do that. Well, we'll see. We got 2 boots for free. Let's innovate. Let's play risky. All right, so actually, let me think even harder about this, because if we get someone up to 3 understanding, we could innovate and draw one extra card. So I want to use my other endeavors, our little resources for this year, and roll on the augury. Let's nominate someone cool. Someone that we want to take on the next hunt that already has one understanding. Bingo is okay. I want to take Madot. Yeah. Alright. So, let's innovate there. Alright, so, where's the dice? There we go. Alright. So, we're gonna roll on that table on the bottom. We want the 1 to 3 result. That is the best outcome for this. Alright. So, Madot. There we go. 3, so lose 1 resource. I'll lose the scrap. We can't make anything with it right now. Alright, and he'll get 1 understanding. Later on, iron and scrap are going to be very, very useful. But it's probably worth it to get rid of that right now instead of something that can make something that'll keep us from dying and losing a ton of progress and all that fun stuff. But, alright, let's go. 1 more. We can also make stone noses just to fill out gear grids. 2. Okay, nice. We did it. Let's get rid of the sinew, I guess. So, that might have been a bad idea, but it's cool, and we did it. So, Madot's definitely going on to the next hunt, because... Alright, here's the page for insight. In a single moment, the curtain of the world pulls back. Select the epiphany corresponding to the current game phase, once per lifetime. So, settlement phase epiphany. The hunt, which once filled you with inexorable dread, takes on a new dimension. Your expeditions outside the settlement inspire you with curiosity and wonder. Gain the following ability, roll on the table. So, Tinker. When you're a returning survivor, gain an extra endeavor to use this settlement phase. So, that's just more resources whenever you take this dude out to hunt. It's great. And let's see what we get for the extra little benefit. And 3. Okay. I'm a genius. I'm a savant. I'm precognition. All right. This is exactly what I was talking about. So, if you innovate this phase, draw 1 additional card. So... Oh yeah, let me get the Tinker ability out. Da-da-da-da. Easy. So, just put this on the dude. Madot. Nice. No. All the trash is in the way. There we go. Now, spend 1 endeavor, a bone, a hide, an organ, and innovate. So, here's the tech tree for this game. Instead of you've got a deck. So normally, you draw 2, but because we got that little bonus there, we get to choose from 3. Actually, let me go ahead and read the text. So, once per settlement phase, you may spend the listed resources to draw 2 innovation cards, keep 1, return the others. We had a 50% chance of getting Symposium, and we didn't, which sucks. But, So here's the question. Ammonia isn't worth picking because you can get it for free. Yeah, if we hunt the lion again, we've got a dude with 3+ understanding. There's an event. If you've got 3+ understanding, you get ammonia for free. Being able to craft leather stuff is great. Inner Lantern, we'd be able to surge, which is very nice. I think this is our best option. Hovel, higher survival limit. The partying survivors get 1 survival. It's very good. But there's a lot of consequences. By consequences, it's just extra stuff in the tech tree. A lot of this isn't too interesting. It clogs up the deck very quickly. Inner Lantern is probably the best choice here. Oops. Alright, we'll go with that one. Nice. So, now, we can surge. We can spend 1 survival to just get an extra action. Even during the monster turn, we can just, like, smack the monster. It's worthwhile. We'll see a lot of use of that. And there we go. Have we hit 15 population yet? We are 1 away. Interesting. And we got 2 more. We got a hide. I think I'd like to just, rawhide headband and rawhide vest. And we can make a... What is it? Stone noses. Okay. There we go. Alright. Yeah, on arrival, gain 1 survival and insanity. And that's just bonus stats. It's not terribly good, but right now we aren't filling up our gear grid. Okay, and spend these on rawhide headband and rawhide vest. There we go. So, someone gets a pair of boots and nothing else. Boots and cloth, and someone gets boots, vest, cloth, almost everything. Someone gets the tank pretty well. Probably like that. Oh yeah, we can heal and reset on everyone now. Okay. So... Boots... I guess on our next closest character to a tank. Good morning, Siegfreudo. Yeah, well, welcome to Kingdom Death Monster. And welcome to the name list. You caught me rather late in the stream. Yeah, you're 47th on the in line to be on the a named survivor. We got a few already. Now that's another reason why I wanted to do survival or protect the young, just to get more survivors. But too late for that. We're gonna win the run instead. All right. But yes, I guess I'll explain the whole gear system. So, you've got a 3x3 gear grid. You can only wear one of each armor, area. So, one on the head, body, legs, waist, stuff like that. One of the interesting things is the affinity system. So, you complete these little squares and you get bonuses for gear or whatever. So, you've got puzzle affinities like this on the rawhide headband. So, this ability is only usable if your gear grid has that one completed. You've got stuff like these generic, or the regular old box affinities mean if I had three completed like green boxes, then we'd get that effect as well. It's a little too early to be activating monster grease, but we'll be doing that soon. And I never got a I never I never got around to explaining stuff for anyone who came in with the raid, but hmm, I guess that's good incentive to show up next week. uh, well, let's take a look at what happened so far. Timeline-wise, we beat the prologue. We hunted a level 1 white lion, fairly standard stuff. The first survivor died. First survivor was born. We've almost hit 15 population, so we're about to live in a society. Scary thoughts like that. So far, yeah, we had Pig die tragically. Puchigiri, Puchigiri lost his manhood. Power Nelly is afraid of blood, and the E-Ghost ended up being incredibly strong after eating pig like bacon. Mirkern got the he got mogged. V Templar is incredibly fast. He can move like 12 spaces in one turn for some reason. He took part in like a triathlon. It was fun, I guess. Mike. He took part in the triathlon and got destroyed. And now he can no longer have fun, and he's missing an arm. And Iwanakun got the he's just cool, I guess, now. He's got a shattered jaw. He got over his post-traumatic stress last year. And he's tough. And he'll make you fall in love with your one true love. Yeah, he got matchmaker. Alright. We're okay with resources. Despite not getting any hide on the first year, now we're doing pretty well. I think we're in a good spot. Alright. So... there we go. Alright. Let's see who's... yeah, that's a good place to end the stream. Alright. Thank you everyone for showing up for year 0 and year 1 of the old paper bag settlement. Who's alive? Who's alive on Twitch? Let's see. Is Retta, Emmy, Bat? It's not like there's anyone streaming Kingdom Death Monster right now, right? I'd be surprised. Yeah, now I want to know. But yeah, I think we want to go for, after this, a white lion fight. And then an antelope if we can. Unless it's butcher right after this. Yeah. Just me. Kill all the lions. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Don't worry about it. They'll all be dead. Xenocide. Huh. Wait, yeah, let me check my follow list. Sometimes lower views don't show up. Okay. I guess we'll say hi to Retta. Alright. Have a good morning, good night, good day. To those of you still awake, have a good one. Yes, alright. Thank you all for showing up. And, yeah. Alright. I'm glad this went well.